I will now call roll for today's meeting. Regent Crum.
Not present.
Vice Chair Draghi.
Present.
Secretary Hertenberger.
Not present.
Regent Marvel.
Not present.
Chair Sanchez.
Present.
Regent Shelton.
Present.
Regent Starkey.
Present.
Regent Stutska.
Present.
Regent Tackard.
Present.
Dr. Crystal Albrecht.
I'm here.
Dr. Jay Bourne.
Here.
Wendy Del Bello.
Here.
Karen Edwards.
Here.
Dr. Cynthia Griffith.
Present.
Carl Steger.
Present.
Tammy Giffro here. Debbie Kraft. And it looks like she will join us at 4:00 p.m. Board Counsel Rick Morris. He also will be joining us at 4 p.m. And Dr. Nikki Harrington.
Present.
Thank you. That concludes roll call.
Thank you. I call this meeting to order. It is 12:01. And Dr. Albrecht, do you certify that the notice of the meeting was posted in accordance with Title 5, Chapter 551 of the Texas Government Code?
I do so certify.
Thank you. It is 12:03, and this meeting is hereby called to order. We have the presence of a quorum attending by video conference. Notice of this workshop has been posted online for at least 72 hours. On March 16, 2020, Governor Greg Abbott granted a request by Attorney General Ken Paxton to temporarily suspend a limited number of open meetings laws to the extent necessary to allow telephonic or video conference meetings in response to the coronavirus COVID-19. In accordance with those suspended rules, the board certifies the following. A, although members of the board are not gathered in a central physical location, we do have a quorum in attendance at this meeting by video conference. B, the meeting is being held by video conference because the convening at one location of a quorum of the governmental body is not appropriate during the COVID-19 public health emergency. C, based on current guidance from federal, state, and county authorities concerning large gatherings and social distancing during the COVID-19 public health emergency, there is no established location for an audience to observe the meeting. However, the live meeting is accessible through a web link that was timely and appropriately provided to the public and media as part of the meeting posting and via the district's website. As we would at any in-person meeting, members of the public who have followed the standard instructions for registering to speak during the public comment portion will be allowed 5 minutes to speak. All other meeting procedures will adhere to board adopted procedures to the extent practicable. A video recording of this meeting is being made and will be available to the public on the college's website. Mrs. Giffro, I understand that there are no citizen speakers, right?
Yes, ma'am, that is correct.
Thank you. So being that there are no speakers, we're going to proceed to the next item on the agenda. And we are going to be discussing with the ELT, the status of the fourth year of the 2016-2021 strategic plan. At this time, it is my pleasure to hand this over to Dr. Albrecht so she can proceed to introduce us to Dr. Nikki Harrington. And this is for information only.
Thank
Dr.
you, Chair Sanchez. Thank you very much. And for many of you, you see Dr. Nikki Harrington on the screen there is a very familiar face. For Regents Shelton and Regents Starkey, this may be the first time that you have met Dr. Harrington. We have been working with Dr. Harrington since oh gosh, I think I first met you, Nikki, in December of 2014. It was shortly after I'd had my first workshop with the board, and they said that one of the things that they wanted was their top priority was the development of a strategic plan that would guide us. And so I looked at other firms to work with, and we went out, we did a little quote bidding process, and Collaborative Brain Trust was selected, and Nikki is the person that came on board to help us through our strategic planning process. And then every year has come back to kind of review the planning process with the board to show the progress that has been made through the year. And this year is a really important year because we are wrapping up our 4th year of our strategic plan. And as Nikki will discuss a little bit later on this afternoon, we have to begin the process of planning for our wrapping up our 5th year, but also planning for our next 5-year strategic plan. So never a dull moment and never time for the weary to rest. So we will move, trudge forward, even as we're moving through the pandemic, to continue to have a plan in place for our college. So Dr. Harrington, one of the reasons we chose Dr. Harrington is that she has walked the walk. She's a 3-time community college president, and decided that in her retirement that she would give back. And this is her way of giving back to community colleges across the nation. She works with many different colleges to help them, to help them to know what other colleges are doing and to help them to know what is happening out in the community college world. I appreciate her contributions to our college. And I know that she could tell a few stories because she's seen a lot of changes here in the last 5, almost 6 years now. So Dr. Harrington, I know we have a lot to cover, so I would request that we turn this over to you at this point.
Thank you, Dr. Albrecht. Welcome everyone, and to the 2 regents that I haven't met yet, nice to meet you virtually anyway. And the rest of you, nice to see you again. As Dr. Albrecht mentioned, I started out for the 2 new regents. I started out doing hourly work. I worked as a housekeeper and as an aide and all of those other kinds of jobs, and then went into teaching and taught for many, many, many years, and then moved up the chain of command to director, and then a dean, and then a vice president, and then a president, and had 3 different presidency positions before I retired. My last position was a chancellor for a multi-college district. So I've seen little colleges and big colleges, and I've worked predominantly in suburban, rural type areas, much like Alvin's area. Very familiar with the student population of the various colleges across the country. So right now I work with the Collaborative Brain Trust, and I also do consulting on my own and work with colleges in many states. I've worked with 4 of the accrediting associations, not all 7, 4 of the 7. But the process this year has been so different for everyone. And so as we move along through the afternoon, if there's anything that I can share with you, I'm happy to do that, of what other colleges are doing in this pandemic world that we're in right now. So with that, let's move forward. The structure for this afternoon is to look at year 4 of the 5-year plan. What I'd like to do is raise the bar a little bit up to the 30,000 foot level and keep at a global perspective, so that as regents you each get an opportunity to get a real feel for what's happening in each of those 6 goal areas of Alvin. And so we'll do that first, then we'll take a break, then we'll come back to do the CEO goals and things afterwards, and talk about the next strategic planning cycle and how you might want to approach that. So with that first slide. Thank you, Wendy, for being the producer there. Okay, and you can move to the next one.
Bear with me, Nikki, just one moment, please.
Take your time, you're fine.
There's something going on with bad network quality, so let's see. Are you seeing it now?
Now we are, yeah.
Okay. And we're ready for that next one?
All right. So just to reiterate, this is the 4th year. So we have, we're now entering the 5th year of Alvin's strategic plan and the 5th and final year of the 5-year plan. Next slide. There we go. So for the two regents that I haven't met before, when we developed this strategic plan 5 years ago, well, 4 years ago now, the first thing that we wanted to do was to identify what the broad goals were for Alvin Community College for moving forward. And the marketing department under Wendy Delbello's shop created this really nice diagram. We've had a lot of really positive feedback on the diagram. That's very colorful. It shows the 6 goals well. It has the dolphin as the mascot, and of course, students at the center. And so that's what we continue to focus on, is that everything that we do really is for access and success of our students. And that's what's most important. So we keep coming back to that with everything. Next slide. So of the 6 goals, each executive has the responsibility to lead a particular goal, but that doesn't mean that all the work is done in that particular executive's department. So that person leads the goal, and all of the executives and all the faculty and staff that work in their departments are all working on these goals. These are goals that span the entire college and all sites where instruction is offered, and also the online environment, which we're using very heavily, as you know, today. So we'll take each of the goals, and we've asked the executives to each try to highlight those things for accomplishments for year 4. So this first goal, strategic goal 1, is under the executive Dr. Jade Bourne. ACC will develop itself as an evidence-based, data-driven organization to improve organizational efficiency and increase student achievement, completion, and success. So in this first goal, just to recap, this goal is 2 parts. One is the data that we use all the time to try to be the highest quality and most efficient organization that we can be as a college. And secondly, and most importantly, to support students for their achievement, completion, and success. And the 2 go hand in hand to work together. So let me turn it over to Dr. Bourne, and if you could provide some highlights for year 4 for this goal, Jade.
Sure, thank you, Nikki. Chair Sanchez, Regents, and Dr. Albrecht, I'm in my office today, and there are men working right outside my window here. So if you hear something, that's not me, it's them. There's a bit of banging going on here, so I'll try to be as loud as I can. So as Nikki said, goal number 1 is all about the data and student success. And I'm going to highlight a couple of things here of how we've been using KPIs, our comprehensive program reviews, the Student Services Reorganization Plan, our SACS QEP report, and some other things. So you'll recall that previously last year we set KPIs, and this year we started using those KPIs to affect change for the college, particularly in student success. And I want to give you 2 examples of where we've used data. And the first example is the availability of data. So our institutional research department developed our IER website, which includes several data dashboards, real-time live enrollment reports that we use on a daily basis to make decisions, such as pushing back deadlines if our enrollment is down, looking to see what we did in previous years that we aren't doing this year and how that's affected enrollment up or down, and deadline dates where we're supposed to push certain things out, like communications from student services, whether we need to engage in a student call campaign to get students registered, etc. And so these data dashboards that are now available on our institutional research page have been very helpful in getting us to complete the things we need to do and affect enrollment and student success. Additionally to that, I wanted to remind you all of our plan to affect enrollment, particularly the time to degree completion and the credits needed to complete. And so we undertook several things that affected that, and one of them was to reduce the size of degree programs. Some of our programs were well over 60 hours. We reduced those number of hours to complete a degree. We also implemented things like a enhanced or redeveloped developmental education program to include co-requisite requirements instead of a long sequence of developmental education that students had to go through. And then, of course, we implemented the non-algebraic math pathway, one of the hardest courses to complete for our students, according to the data, was intermediate algebra. And so we have combined courses together with developmental ed and credit, like developmental ed math with a college math course, whether statistics or college algebra, and we've seen some success with doing that. So what we've been able to accomplish is over the past years, we've reduced the number of hours needed to complete a degree from 4.2 years and 88 credits in 2017 to only completing degrees in 3.3 years with only 72 hours a degree. So that's quite a bit of success from 2017 to 2020, and we saw an incremental reduction in time to degree completion from 2017 to 18, from 18 to 19, and 19 to 20. So we're quite proud of that work, and without the data that is provided to us by IER, we would have not been able to accomplish that. Other public facing data that is available on their IER website is annual quality indicators, program reviews, program learning outcomes, unit planning, annual quality indicators, and core course data. Some of this is required to report to the state. Some of it we use in-house to help affect change and help us with making decisions whenever we need to. So additionally, I think you'd be interested in knowing that we've started collecting data on COVID-19 with regard to how many students needed to drop in the spring that's directly related to COVID. So we're looking at that data to see what kind of support services we might need to provide students as well. And then we've also implemented a new data mining software called Zogotech. And the data mining software provides real-time data to anybody in the institution with whatever question we want to ask. And so we've not had this data mining tool before. It took a lot of staff hours in IER to get some of the data that we've needed in the past. This Zogotech software will now make it much easier to get the data that we need. The second highlight I want to talk about is the comprehensive program reviews. You'll recall in previous years we've conducted academic program reviews, but this past year we undertook non-academic program reviews in 16 areas. Many of those were in student services, in advising and testing, admissions, counseling, student activities. Even the campus police went through a program review, and this helps us to gather data, to map processes like the onboarding process for new students, in addition to all the programs and services that we provide. Part of that program review helped inform our plan that we submitted to you last year for the reorganization of student services, particularly mapping the student onboarding process. And so we were able to take a look at what that looked like, determine where the bottlenecks were, and to make suggestions for improvements, primarily for staffing. And so there was some administrative changes, like the addition of a student services support dean, and the QEP coordinator, which helps pull all the pieces of the QEP together and get us where we need to be for our SACS program and our QEP. I'm particularly proud of what we've done with the onboarding process and the use of that data to help get new positions that you approved in the spring, like our Pathways Success Coaches and our new Pathway Advisor that we'll be hiring over this next fall term. The next area I want to highlight is our SACS QEP report. And if you will remember, our QEP is focused on advising, success through engaged advising. We are focusing this year on the advising case management process, when a student sees an advisor, how many times, how they engage with a faculty mentor, and other things related to our SACs. We also implemented the advising by appointment software, which we're not, our program, which we're not doing right now because of the enrollment trends that we see in August. We are doing a first come, first served basis, but until this month, we were doing advising by appointments, which allowed not only the advisor to prepare for the students in their advising session, but also the student to prepare themselves to be advised. And so we look forward to that process continuing on in the fall. The last area I wanted to talk with you about is improving organizational efficiencies. All of the organizational efficiencies, which are part of Goal 1 for effectiveness and efficiency, it requires that we ensure a streamlined process for students, but also look for ways to improve efficiencies, not only in student services, but all across the college. And so Dr. Albrecht will talk to you about that now. Dr. Albrecht?
Thank you, Jade. When we developed our strategic plan and the goals that the board approved, the big breakthrough goals, that was the beginning of the process. And then the plan was turned over to our executive leadership team to create the implementation or action plan to make sure that we really did address these big 6 breakthrough goals. And efficiencies that Jade just mentioned were so high on the list that our very first action plan, 1.1.1, was to determine key processes every year that would enhance efficiencies across all the campus and across every department. And so we have been doing that over all of the years of our strategic plan. But this year, I think it became the need for efficiencies and the different types of efficiencies changed a little bit, largely because of the pandemic. And so each of the areas of the college will now give you a brief report on a sampling of some of the efficiencies that they created in their departments so that we could continue to do business since March, since we first shut down, closed for 2 weeks, and then when we went into our altered operations that we're still working under right now. So Jade, I'll turn it back to you.
All right, so I've given you quite a bit of information on student services program reviews, and one of the ones that I'd like to highlight, which we started before the pandemic hit, was the onboarding process for students. And using data, we were able to streamline that onboarding process by doing quite a few different things. As we examined the data of how many times a student needed to meet with a student services person or communicate with us in an email or by phone, we noted that it took an average of up to 8 visits to the campus or an exchange with student services personnel, either by phone or an email, before they actually got enrolled. And so the organizational restructure plan that I presented had that in mind, and we created the success coach positions. And those success coach positions really lead the students, primarily new students, from the moment they think about coming to ACC to the moment they enroll. And these 4 staff members, these success coaches, will hold students' hand through that whole process until they get enrolled the first time and they're ready to meet with their advisors. So we think that we will be able to reduce the number of required visits from around 8 to less than 3. That's our hope. And so that's an example of where we think we would be more efficient by changing a few of our processes and staff members and how we engage with students from the very beginning. And certainly you'll see at the very bottom about the fillable forms. We're looking at not only where we can do things electronically within student services, but how we engage with students in other ways, like our student conduct process and how those conduct complaints are submitted to student services and how we adjudicate them through that process. So that's an example of a couple of examples of efficiencies in student services that we've implemented this year.
So let me enter the conversation for a moment just to share with the board members kind of what's happening on a national basis among community colleges in this area. As Jade presented, that onboarding process has become extremely important, and there are a lot of colleges that are doing exactly what you're doing, is looking at, where do we lose students from the time they first show some interest in coming to us from until the time they actually register for classes. There are so many steps for them to go through. It can be very confusing. They can get lost in the shuffle. Those are all things that we look at. I think the school that I had the most challenge with was a college I worked with that advertised on their website, come to this college in 5 easy steps. We did an analysis and a process review, and they actually had 28 steps to actually arrive at the college. So what we think we're doing is not always the way it appears to the student. So we've done a lot of work like that with colleges, shadowing students and finding out where they have difficulty in the onboarding process. The other area that he mentioned was the guided pathways, and the connection between onboarding and guided pathways is something that many colleges across the country are working on. There are about 1,200, give or take, community colleges, community and technical colleges across the country. And you'll see that no matter what area or what region you're working in, these two things are extremely important, this onboarding process of students and trying to work with them in an advising model in a guided pathways approach. Community colleges started out very strong on what we used to call the track method, and then we went completely the opposite direction, come and take anything you want, and students got lost in the process. And so now we've come back kind of to the middle of that conversation to give students choices, but to help them on a guided pathway of what they're interested in. Usually a student who's interested in a career in business is not going to be interested in a career in health or in mechanical engineering or something like that. So you are right in the mode with other colleges across the country in this focus. It's really important to students. So with that, then let me turn to instruction and ask Dr. Griffith to give you some highlights of efficiency improvements in instruction.
Thank you, Dr. Harrington, and that was a great segue into the increased efficiencies within the Office of Instruction, because one of those is our collaborative work with the Houston Guided Pathways, and that's a number of Gulf Coast universities as well as community colleges who are about the business of allowing our students to be more successful through the implementation of the career pathways. And so in our work with them, we are all completing and have completed program curricular maps. Those program curricular maps allow our students to see what courses will be expected of them in their program, and then which courses they still have left to take, and then of course guiding them on toward the completion. And how does that help us in the area of instruction? It helps us to be more efficient in the way that we go about planning our courses, and also making sure that we have courses available for those students so they can complete in a timely fashion. Like Dr. Bourne said, we're extremely proud of the work that's gone on since 2015 in decreasing the number of semester credit hours for their completion to a degree, and then also, of course, their time to completion, so we decrease that. Additionally, through use of our Zogotech data warehouse, we, through your support in the budget this year, have been able to add on a Pathways module. And with that module, we can actually determine if students are staying on the path, which students are staying on a path, which students have stepped outside their program career path, what courses they still have left to take, if they've even completed a degree that was potentially a supplemental degree. In other words, they may be in one degree plan, but yet they've already completed an Associate of Arts in General Studies. And so it allows us to really disaggregate the data individually for those students and determine where they are toward the completion of their goals. And in addition to those ongoing efficiencies, we, like everyone else, have been challenged with the pandemic and the changes that had to occur with that. We had many of our forms that were also in hard copy only, and so we've had to digitize those over into a format, and that has made us more efficient even in the midst of a lot of challenges. So, for example, the grade appeal forms, the course grade change forms, the independent study forms, the in grade forms, and the list goes on. And so those are just a few of the increased efficiencies that we've seen in the Office of Instruction. That is, they're all going to assist our students in being more successful and in us being better able to serve them.
Great, thank you. And then next we'll turn to human resources. And I know that that has been an extremely challenging area to try to move everything into an electronic format with this pandemic. So I'll turn it over to Karen Edwards to share with you some highlights from human resources.
Well, good afternoon. In addition to the forms that you've heard about in student services and instruction, HR has also moved into an electronic format, making sure that we're able to process the hiring of employees, bringing on new employees effectively and efficiently, saving time and energy on our employees to be able to do it in a virtual remote setting. So we worked very diligently since March to convert 18 of our HR forms and payroll forms into an electronic format, making it more effective and efficient for employees to process. In addition to that, once you guys approved our contracts in May, it was going to be difficult to get those signed and approved in a virtual environment due to COVID. So I worked to make sure that those contracts could also be signed electronically. So all of those, over 100 of those contracts, were actually signed and completed by each employee that was approved by you, the board, to receive a contract this year. In addition to all of the electronic forms and processes that we've implemented, we've had some cost savings in that when we conducted our interviews, many of our faculty positions and some of our administrative staff positions that we've had the luxury of bringing them previously in the past to campus, and it has cost us some dollars to reimburse them for their travels. Through this particular virtual environment process that we've created, we've mitigated those particular expenses, and those expenses have now been cost savings for us throughout this period of time. So we've worked very hard and very diligently with the rest of the teams on campus to make sure that we're able to make our campus more effective and efficient during this process.
Great, thank you, Karen. And for the Regents' sake, today is Karen's 5-year anniversary on the day that she started at Alvin Community College.
Congratulations, Karen. And I have a question for you. Would you think that you will continue to use some of the virtual interviewing as opposed to in-person interviewing as we move forward?
I do. I think it has allowed us to be more efficient. And through this process, we've learned some things, and it has been very work intensive for the HR staff, but it has allowed us to be able to interview more people more effectively and run interviews simultaneously. So we've run interview panels at the same time. I had one HR person, I was running another. So we've worked through this, and I think this is something that we can continue to do in the future.
Great, thank you so much, Karen.
You're welcome.
All right, and then let's move on to business services. And Carl Steger, if you could talk about some of the highlights in business services and IT.
Yes, with the business office, I'll start with them. Their processes were in place to both pay vendors as well as to pay our employees. So the one efficiency that we did do with employees is that we got our payroll forms all into fillable forms electronically. Also, the bookstore, they had some processes that were in place but had not received nearly the use that they have since the pandemic started. Those two processes are, first of all, the ordering online. They can mail or FedEx or UPS, send by UPS to the student, or in another process that they had set up was curbside service, which had not been used that extensively before the pandemic, but has been used quite extensively since the pandemic, allowing students to pick up their items on campus, but not to have to come into the buildings. So that's worked out very well for us. Of course, IT's been busy, and there's way too much to list for IT, but I'll do some of the highlights. And actually, we're right in the middle of one of their efficiencies, and that was Microsoft Teams. We were in February about to be trained on Microsoft Teams, and then all of a sudden we had to be forced right into Microsoft Teams. I don't know if we ever received that individualized training like we were supposed to get, but we've learned it on the job. Also, some of in Jade's area that IT has helped with is a person proxy, which allows a student to designate individuals that can access their academic and/or financial records through the college system. And also Microsoft Bookings, which is used for online scheduling appointments with advisors. And then migration of data has been another item that's been an efficiency in the IT area. We used to have a G drive, we still do, it's barely hanging in there. About 92% of those files are now in the pod, which is our common area for all of our employees on campus to go and get information, our portal, as well as U drive information, which allows our employees to have off-campus access to non-confidential data from anywhere with an internet connection, and that has been moved from the U drive over to Microsoft OneDrive. And then as far as our facilities and purchasing, they've really been busy with, of course, getting protective equipment. Purchasing has a form that is also in the pod, so any of our employees can go to the pod, click on that, fill out the form, and have personal protective, usually masks and gloves, delivered right to their department if they need it. Also, our facilities ordered in March, and it took 4 months to finally get here, but we have 4 electrostatic cleaning sprayers. They are called Clorox 360, and they are what will be used to spray down various common areas, classrooms, offices, on any type of surface. And these are charged particles are added to the cleaning agent, which allows it to, I call it crawling across the surface, to where it'll even go around the edge and underneath the surface of a tabletop, for instance. So we're looking forward to being able to serve our customers and keep them safe with those particular pieces of equipment.
And the proxy service too, Carl, has been really helpful. We find that, and Regents, you know this as well, some of the younger students really need their parents' help in maneuvering through all the pieces and helping them stay on track, and especially in this world where students are taking classes online a lot, that self-discipline might not be there for them. So the proxy service is really helpful. It's also helpful for our older students who are not as familiar with technology, and that proxy service allows them to have their children help them. So it works both ways. So I think these improvements, especially in the IT area, while they were all things that were being planned, it couldn't have come at a better time than now to really support you as a college trying to work through the pandemic.
Nikki, if I could ask
yes.
Carl a question. So Carl, we're going to deal with budget later, but so when you look at the grand scheme of things, would you say us not having to use all that paper and all those forms and that type of thing, does it balance out the money we're having to do for technical stuff as opposed to the paper products that we would have been using? Is it a like a wash? You know what I'm saying?
I think there are efficiencies. Yeah, I mean, because we can tell just on our certain bills that we pay to some of our vendors that they've gone down. Whether it's a total balance, it's hard to tell until we get more months past now. But there does seem to be, while we know we're expending over in some areas, we don't feel so bad about it because we know we're saving in other areas. So yeah, there is some balancing going on here. It's going to take a while to really realize how we'll be doing business again in the future with all of this going on.
Right. Thank you, Carl.
And I think, Regent Bell, the other point that you raised is that all of these goal areas combined together gain efficiency. So you go back to the scheduling. If we have a better feel for the kinds of classes students need and we do a better job scheduling, we save money that way too. So they all work together, or the efficiencies all work together. Okay, so let's move to marketing and event planning. Wendy Del Bello.
So one of our efficiencies before the pandemic was to develop a campus event planning procedures so we could make sure that all of our events on campus have the same quality and organizational structure that is required. So that was all put into place as one of our efficiencies prior to the pandemic. I will say after the pandemic, some of these efficiencies that my counterparts are talking about are very large in scale and very much needed. But sometimes our efficiencies are very small items that can really help the operation of the college. And I have to say that our little sign that tells offices whether they are clean or dirty might have been one of our best decisions to help the efficiency of our physical plant employees to know who is on campus and what areas are fine and what areas need to be cleaned. That has saved time and, of course, some of our much needed cleaning materials. So some efficiencies can be very simple as a door hanging sign.
Yep. That's great. Thank you. And so you see that almost, I think all of the executives, as they were reporting on their various areas, talked about college-wide fillable forms and IT enhancements. Those were big areas of need anyway. When we first established the strategic plan back in 2015, that was a really big area to try to implement more technology solutions to some of the issues that were going on. And boy, we sure needed it right now, this last spring semester. So that's great. So these are all organizational efficiencies, and they're covered under goal number 1, but they span the whole college. So let's now move to strategic goal 2. The lead executive here is Dr. Cindy Griffith, and this is the area that focuses on facilities. The goal was written, as you see there, Alvin Community College will plan and develop a campus in the vicinity of the west side of the college taxing district and address facilities needs and technology update for existing campus. So it's kind of 2 parts. It's ensuring that the district residents in the west side who are tax paying for the college are being served, and also to take care of the main campus, to take care of the facility that's been here for many, many years. So I'll turn that over to Dr. Griffith.
Thank you, Dr. Harrington. I have to say that, while the previous goal 2 objectives over the past few years have been important, the accomplishments of goal 2 this year have truly been amazing, and that's due to your support of the maintenance tax note, and that, of course, leading to our campus renovations. So in review of year 4 progress, informational reports have been provided to all of you, as well as to the campus community at large. And that is by AGCM and their continuous reports on a monthly basis to the board. That kept us all very informed about the progress of renovation, if there was any changes that were associated with that. So I'm sure all of you, as well as all of us, truly appreciate their providing us with the current status from month to month. And then the proceeds and the required earnings in the quarterly investment reports, that was another bit of progress. And Carl reported this to me earlier this week, that includes, of course, our maintenance tax note cumulative interest, and that currently is at $822,100. And this, of course, is really important because that interest amount will allow all of you to make decisions about other potential projects moving forward in the renovations that continue for the next, hopefully, few months and hopefully not years. The ongoing renovation projects that I wanted to report to you, while we've had a delay to the Nolan Ryan Center due to the sprinkler system, That has also delayed our usage of the Culinary Center. We're very excited about that Culinary Center. Can't wait for our students to be able to utilize that. But Chef Bartosh has been very creative in the way that he rescheduled classes for those students. And so for the first half of the fall semester, they will be involved in lecture courses, and then he delayed those lab-based courses until a start date of the second week of November, and then they will be totally focused in their skills-based for the duration of the semester. So we're really looking forward to NRC being open, but certainly for that Culinary Center. The next one is the B building. Also very excited about that as we continue to see the renovations there. Not only of the band hall and our music department area, but certainly that of the area closest to the administrative suite that had been our art gallery. And in the area of the art gallery, our radio and TV program will be located there. Very excited also about them being front and center of the campus whenever you drive on. And so while that one has also been delayed slightly, we're hearing that they should be able to start moving in the equipment in the mid portion of this month. And so we certainly hope that that occurs. For the D building, while D building renovations are not totally complete, they have completed that of the welding and the pipe fitting area. Those were infrastructure renovations that were going on, but those have been completed. And so the welding program, pipe fitting program for continuing. We know that we had some asbestos issues that occurred, not unexpectedly, but ones that had to be dealt with. And so that has slowed down some progress there, but we certainly look forward to the new art gallery, the renovation of what will be the new look and feel of our bookstore, as well as other student activities areas. In the G building, the wonderful G building that provides the majority of our instruction. It's exciting. Many of us have gotten to take just a little preliminary tour and doing some choices, but the renovations of all of the restrooms have occurred. Also, the abatement of that asbestos has occurred. Carl was just sharing that the new lighting will really assist us with the instructional technology, and so I'm happy to hear about that. And I think as we speak, the carpet and the flooring are going down as well. Some painting will be going on. And so that will have a totally different environmental appearance for our students as well as our faculty. So very excited about that. And the H building, that work has been completed. So our continuing education workforce development program, specifically that of the health science programs, they've been able to re-enter those spaces. Temporarily, we know that the bookstore is situated there as well, and along with the police department, that makes for a highly occupied building, just as S will be moving forward. And last but not least, and on a final note, I want to add to what Dr. Harrington said, that goal 2, we know that the initial plan was the development of a campus on the west side, and while that has not been able to occur, we've continued to serve that side of our taxing district, those students, through our evening classes at Shadow Creek High School whenever we were able to offer face-to-face. And then of course now distance education, so still serving them just in a different manner than what was originally anticipated. And that concludes my report for goal 2 and our progress. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. Okay, so let's move to goal 3. Goal 3, Alvin Community College will develop branding that will be an effective representation of the institution and its mission and will be used to market the college. And that's under Executive Wendy Del Bello.
Thank you. Regents, it was just last August that I was sitting here telling you that we had wrapped up our market research study to give us some feedback on all of our manners of advertising and marketing. And we're looking forward to implementing. Last August, we implemented the new brand, Your College Right Now, and rolled out a new website all in the same month. We were well on our way to follow most of that plan, and still are. We've just taken a little detour with a pandemic. We have inside the plan, we have done a lot of work to bring CEWD programs within the college marketing to make sure we are doing things very consistently and together with the same emphasis on our core statements. We also, through that website launch, have made it so much more accessible for us to update, which has been wonderful as we've gone through this pandemic and had to do so many things quickly remotely. We also developed an entire brand portal for our employees and our student organizations to use to make sure they follow the guidelines to, once again, follow our market template. This was the same year, or sometime last year, we updated the marquee on Highway 35 to make it also very accessible from afar, which has been helpful, but also put a much cleaner, bigger image for everyone that's going by the bypass to know that Alvin Community College is here. It couldn't have come at a better time when we hired a videographer, I believe, at the end of February. Since that time, our videographer has filmed 2 ACC graduation ceremonies, a nurse's pinning, an awards day, a police academy ceremony, a CEWD ceremony that aired this last Saturday, and this week we will release a video on the Child Development Lab School, because parents cannot tour right now, but yet they want to see what place they might be sending their children to. So that position could not have come at a better time with what we've been going through in 2020. So that concludes my report.
So you can see this area in particular, we're so happy to see that this area was already slated for the 1920 year, because boy, it sure came in handy in March when everything had to be changed over. So I remember the last year when the marketing plan was under development, we were thinking, okay, we'll launch this next year and it'll take a little while, but it's really great. And I think, Wendy, that just shows how much this has all been needed. And boy, you're sure using it now.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so let's move to goal 4. Goal 4, Alvin Community College will develop programs and partnerships to meet employment needs of the community. Of course, we want the college to be serving our students, but we're serving students because students are going to end up getting jobs and they're going to be out there supporting the community. So it all fits together. And the programs and partnerships for the 2 new regions, I'll just back up just one step to tell you that in the discovery phase, when we first developed the strategic plan in 2015, we did a lot of interviews with folks in the community, with employers, with university partners, K-12 partners, the city and county planners, economic development. All of those people were part of the interview process to determine what the employment needs are and what is it that the community really needs for future workers. And that all helped inform the programming side of what happens at Alvin Community College. So this became a very important goal as we move through the 5-year plan. So I'll turn this back to Dr. Griffith, who will give you an overview of year 4's accomplishments.
Thank you. To review our goal 4 and the programs that have been established during this year, I want to go back to the cybersecurity program. While that was approved by the Texas Higher Education Coordinating Board in 2019, its approval came in the early part of the spring semester of 2020 from the Southern Association of Colleges Commission on Colleges. And so with the SAC-COC approval, that allowed us to plan for implementation in fall of 2020. Unfortunately, that is not going to occur. We're going to have a slight delay in that, and that's due to a number of different concerns. One of those, first and foremost, being all of the attention that we have had to put toward dealing with the new world of the pandemic and how we're serving students. But more importantly, we had very little interest at that point in time from faculty applicants, and so that has increased, and we look forward to hiring that person very soon. and also implementing that program. It's going to be a very high demand program. We knew that going into it, but certainly in this digital world that we're all consumed in 24/7 right now, we expect that there will be a lot of increased demand from our students and interest in that. The next one was our logistics and supply chain management program. And so the development of that was completed, and that has now been approved. In your notes, it says that it was submitted to the THECB, but we have received recent approval for that program. And so within the next few months, we'll be submitting the prospectus to SAC-COC, and we would expect approval to that to come in the early part of 2021. Hiring a faculty member in the spring, and then implementation for fall of 2021. Again, with logistics and supply chain management, we expect high demand and interest in that program, especially considering the world that we now find ourselves.
Cindy,
Additionally,
interrupt you just for a second. So to capture your new program start dates, you'll be starting the culinary arts this fall, and then the cybersecurity in spring, and then the logistics and supply chain management in fall. Is that right? Is that the sequencing then?
Well, we've had the culinary program for a great number of years, but as far as its relocation into its dedicated lab space in Nolan Ryan Center, that occurs in November.
Okay, all right. So you've got them. So it's better to phase one at a time in, so you can manage it better anyway. So that's great.
Absolutely, absolutely. Thank you for asking
Yes.
that. Additionally, our comprehensive program review, what we lovingly abbreviate as CPR, is taking a look at our academic programs, both the academic transfer as well as our technical programs. That process began in 2018 and 2019, looking at 18 different programs. And so that was completed. And then in fall of 19, we actually concluded the rest of our 35 programs. So 17 additional programs completed their review. From this point moving forward, that will be on a cyclical 3-year basis. And so it will look a little bit different. We had to accelerate the process early on due to SAC-COC requirements. Now they've all been completed. And as Dr. Board mentioned, now we are moving into the campus services area, so what we call unit plans. And those are of each department. And so the ones that are in the process of completion during this academic year, those included ones in student services areas, also in the business office, in the bookstore, and we're on a cyclical basis as well. So many of us will be involved in program review for our departments in this upcoming year. There are a number of them that I don't recall, but I do recall that there's one for the Office of Instruction. So we will all be involved in that program review at one point or another. It includes the programs, the departments, as well as our revenue centers. In addition to that, we have our grants. I'm very proud of our singular grant department with Galen Capps. He does a phenomenal job, but he works hand in hand with our faculty and staff in acquiring these grants. And so we're very blessed and privileged to have received some new ones this year. First one I want to talk about, they're called JET grants, and that's Jobs and Education in Texans, Jobs and Education for Texans. And those have included 2 different program areas. One is nursing, and they'll be able to acquire multiple pieces of equipment. But the thing that's important about that equipment is while it's under the auspices of nursing, that equipment will be multifunctional. And so that's something that we really encourage our programs, is that not to replicate their resources, but to share those resources. And this is one example of how that will be done with this equipment that will be acquired in the coming year. And then also in welding, that's a great collaboration between ACC and Danbury ISD. They will be acquiring some new welding equipment, but that will be shared. And so it will be shared, so we will be able to train both the Danbury ISD welding students as well as our own welding students. So that's exciting. In addition to that, you've heard recently about our Metallica grant, the Metallica All Within My Hands Foundation, and this is for our commercial truck driving program. Again, another really important program in this day and age. And this was a $100,000 grant that provides for education of 22 students. We've already begun this grant program. It has been delayed somewhat, and the reason for that, of course, has to do with COVID-19 and the limitation of how many people that can actually be located in the truck during training. So normally it's one instructor and 2 students, but now we've had to limit that to 1 instructor to 1 student. So 1-to-1 ratio in order to provide as much safety as we can for those individuals. We do expect, however, to meet our deliverables and have all 22 of those students plus more trained in CDL. Additionally, we've got our Team ENEOS SDF grant. And so this is in partnership with Texas Workforce Commission. It's a skills development fund grant. And that particular grant is going to help train 500 incumbent or new employees for ENEOS. That one is probably going to have a 1-year extension associated with it through 21, however, due to the limitations that have occurred with our industry partners. So again, this is in the industrial arts area. While I've reported on these grants, Carl in his area in goal reporting will also be providing an overview of all of our grants. But I do want to mention 2 that are specifically important to ACC, and those include our HSI STEM grant. We are entering into our last year of that STEM grant. It has been so important to us with the expansion, implementation and expansion of our co-requisite program. And if you recall, the co-requisite program is a student's involved in a developmental education class, and then concurrently they're also enrolled in a college level class. So we've seen a lot of great success come from that. That STEM grant has met every deliverable and more. And so many thanks to Dr. Nazarenko as well as Dr. Garcia and their leadership over that STEM program, and of course all the staff that's associated with that. And then the Wagner-Pizer grant, we recently received an extension onto that program. That is Texas-based, it is not federal. And so with the extension, we'll be better able to serve our English second language students in that program more extensively through a bridge program. It will also provide additional professional development and help us to continue our great implementation that's occurring with the co-requisite model and staying in compliance also with the state and their expectations for our implementation. And that concludes my report for this particular goal. But of course, we certainly look forward to new programs in the future, as well as new grant opportunities.
Great, thank you very much. Yeah, some exciting new programming coming up, and those are all areas that were selected out of the discovery report as workforce needs and high demand by students. And I think you're right, the cybersecurity is going to get even more attention because of what's going on right now. So that's great. All right, let's go to goal 5. Strategic goal 5, Alvin Community College will maximize the acquisition of revenue, taking into consideration the interest and values of all stakeholders, and allocate them efficiently to the highest and best value for the institution. So in addition to the dollars that are that flow to the college from the state and from local tax bonds and things like that, everything that you do locally and everything that you get from the state, you're also looking at where do we get additional revenue through grants, through interest, through, you know, a number of things. You've already heard a couple of areas where there are grants, and also the tax maintenance note, the interest on that to be able to do even further facility renovations. So let me turn this over to Carl Steger to talk about the accomplishments for year 4.
Yes, we're currently in our budget cycle right now and are coming toward the end of it. And in that we've had Procedures are now in place. Our instructions that go along with our yearly training are in place. We have forms that are in place there for our budget, and probably the next step is accumulating all this information in one area. That will be coming. We do set aside, in our procedure, we have a $150,000 set aside that we've integrated into our process. Even in our current budget iteration that we have for the budget this year, we have a $150,000 line item mainly for institutional reserve. And I think that has actually served us well, that we've had that process here for several years as we're going into a little bit more budgetary uncertainty here in this next hopefully short-term period. Our grants compliance area is currently a one-person department. One day, I'm sure he would like to get a little help, and so he's always considering when he might need that help. But in the meantime, he has developed a pool of employees on campus and train them so that they can write grants as well. Our scholarship award management system is in place, and we're using it pretty much to its full effect. We have a 6% increase in Pell recipients for the upcoming fall over fall of 2019, all during a time of, when there's a pandemic going on. So that's really good to see. We have multiple grants that have been developed and funded, and you'll see that here in one of these following screens. And continuing increase in facilities rental income up through the pandemic. I should put a little asterisk next to that. Once, and also up until the renovations, once our Nolan Ryan Center is back open, once our E-building is back open, I expect that we'll have even more rentals coming in the future, because there was interest in some of those buildings, and we just weren't able to help those people currently due to some of the delays that have happened with construction.
So we thought you might be interested in, the variety of grants. And so I think the next slide is grants, isn't it, Carl?
Yes. So the top line, even though it's red and different looking, it is one of the grants. This kind of shows you the array of dollar amounts on the right-hand column. 1.3 million on the high end to some that are just in the tens of thousands or 7,500. But if you go a couple of columns over, it's not only just the instructional area. Every once in a while, you'll see one from Houston-Galveston Area Council that's with the physical plant, that's with the city of Alvin, a recycle project. So it's not always just instruction related. Sometimes we get some that are just service related. And also, it's not only just that we're partnering with a private company with INEOS and team. Sometimes it is another governmental entity like the city of Alvin. So it just shows you kind of the array that we have between, and also we previously mentioned the private grant, the Metallica grant. So there's all array of money, whether it's federal, state, private, and also who are the partners that we're dealing with.
And then the other, go ahead.
Excuse me, Nikki. So Carl, what is the recycle project? What exactly?
They are paying for, if I can remember correctly, I want to say it's 3 recycle bins, maybe it's 2, here on campus for a period of time. And I need to double check that with our facilities director, because we just got some news last week from Dan Kowinski. But there might be a little change in that, but it might be that if there's a different company that's actually going to be implementing that compared to the original company that was intended to be with that. But as far as I know, that is still going on.
Okay. That's why I asked, because I know that there have been issues with that company. And so I was wondering how it would impact us. These are very interesting grants, and it's exciting that we have such a broad variety, things we don't normally think of. So it's kudos to our team. Kudos. Thank you.
And then the other source of revenue that Carl had mentioned earlier was facilities rental. So share with them these next 2 slides, Carl.
Yeah, this particular slide is the Nolan Ryan Center specifically, which is our main rental facility. And just to show, you see the revenue line item there as it goes from left to right, from fiscal year 15-16 to last fiscal, or the current fiscal year of 19-20, how we were increasing in revenues every year, and how that fund balance for that rental was growing over time here. So yeah, and also I think Wendy had mentioned it too. You know, we have an event coordinator now, and that has really helped to be able to, because it takes time to talk to people. It takes time to walk the area with them so that they can see what our facilities are and know what it is they might want.
And for a couple of new regents, just so that you know kind of what was going on 2 or 3 years ago or so, there were a lot of events, but they weren't coordinated with each other very well. So sometimes we would have an overlap, or they had dissimilar services, and so that was something that, you know, to try to get that organized and be more efficient and work better for the people who were going to rent the facility, so that they were pleased with the outcome of it. So there's been great progress in this area, I think. And then the next one, Carl.
Yeah, this is the other facilities other than the Nolan Ryan Center, and even they have been on the increase in revenue as well. The fiscal year 18-19 probably is a reflection of maybe times when the Nolan Ryan Center couldn't be used, and where probably the church that rents from us was using our C227. It might be part of the reason for the explanation on that increase in revenue. But again, we're also exploring areas where we can rent out. Usually the other areas that are rented other than Nolan Ryan Center, we have rooms in the S building. At times it can be the cafeteria in E building, and even the theater as well, in addition to the gymnasium.
Okay, let's move on then to goal 6.
If I could just say one thing, Dr. Harrington, it's Belle. I do think that this strategic goal 6, and then whatever number Wendy, whatever number yours was, Wendy, was it 4? I think those two go hand in hand, because I think those two really and truly get the messaging about our organization out to the public. When people can see the marketing, you can tell. For anybody that wasn't, you know, observant prior to the change that we had, they would have never noticed. But those of us on the board, you know, always could tell that things weren't being run by one department. It was kind of choppy, to say the least. And there wasn't fluidity. There wasn't one overlying focus or pattern or voice or whatever. And then on the rental item, I remember, Carl, working with you to try to help people rent, and you and your guys in your office were having to try to handle all that. So I think we've come so far, and it speaks volumes for our organization. So all of this behind the scenes work that you guys do, people that don't know what's going on, that haven't been cognizant of all of what was and what now is, they have no idea. But from my vantage point, I can tell you, it just makes me so proud to see what you guys have done. It's been vastly, I mean, it's been needed for a long time. So my hat is off to you guys, because I think it speaks volumes for us. So thank you.
Great. Thank you, Chairwoman. Okay, so strategic goal 6 then is the lead executive for strategic goal 6 is Karen Edwards. Alvin Community College will strengthen its human resources capacity to promote a strategically staffed and nimble organization that embraces change, supports open communication, and provides for ongoing professional development. So I know you only have 2 things listed here, Karen, but that is because those are 2 big projects. So share with the Regents the accomplishments for this year.
Well, with the support of the Regents, we've been speaking about the compensation study for some time. And with the approval of the budgeted dollars set aside last year in last year's budget so that we can utilize this year, we were able to actually vet and select a company, Evergreen Solutions, that was selected by a group of committee members who vetted this process and selected Evergreen to conduct our compensation study. As you guys have heard multiple times, you know that our compensation structure was over 40 years old. It had had some changes throughout the years, but very minor. Not an entirely study was ever conducted on all of the structures that we were utilizing for both faculty and staff. So with this compensation study underway, the vendor Evergreen conducted various focus groups with all of our different employee categories, both faculty and staff, from clerical to administrative. All of our faculty were involved. We had a multitude of participation and enthusiasm that was displayed by our employees, who were very forthcoming in their ideas and their opinions about our compensation. All of those opinions were taken into consideration when Evergreen actually conducted their study. They would reach out to various areas of community colleges, municipalities, and other companies to conduct their surveys to determine where we were in the market. And that is what you've heard since June about this study. They completed their study and their evaluation of all of our positions and our compensation in March. But as you know, that's when the pandemic started. So we had to place this on hold to adhere to other priorities. And we are here today to discuss even further about the compensation study since it's been completed. And before you in various other budget meetings and other particular board meetings, we've had conversations about this study. This study was extensive because it had to consider where we are in the market, what we were able to financially support and make recommendations. So it's taken quite a bit of time to complete, but it's done. And you've heard various iterations of it, and you'll be hearing it again at the end of today and then next week. So we appreciate all of the effort that you have put forward in listening and supporting this project. In addition to our electronic forms that we've completed since March, those 18 forms, we've also now worked in NeoGov to make sure that we now have a workflow process. So at the beginning of this academic year, we'll be rolling out the workflow process in our applicant tracking software that has an onboarding, offboarding module where we'll be able to utilize those electronic forms, and it will have a workflow so that the process will run more smoothly, going from one administrator for approval to the next. So we've been working diligently to try to bring some efficient processes to the college, and with the staff that I have, we've done a tremendous job in doing so. That's it. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Karen. So that is the last goal, and I wanted to turn it over back to Chair Sanchez to see if there are regents that have questions or any discussion you wanted on those goals first.
Okay, kudos to HR also. We're very proud of the job that Evergreen did for us and the work that you and your staff, Karen, have done on that issue. And yes, we'll be dealing with it a bit later. I need to see if any of my colleagues, any of the regents, do any of you guys have any questions? Darren and Jake, being new to this, are there any questions you would like to put forward?
First of all, thanks for the presentation. I thought it was enlightening, and so I only had one question, and it is about our event coordinator. What do we have that individual doing right now?
I'm so glad that you asked that, Regents. And I was almost to break in and say, and if you're wondering what that person is doing right now, is we have no events on campus. Well, at first we had her writing up some protocols and procedures, but now we have her handling like what I want to call the main event, which is our screening process for assuring safe arrival of individuals on campus. We were all wringing our hands over how are we going to start bringing people back to campus in the middle of a pandemic, and who can we have do this, because we already had so much on our plate. I thought I can't ask any of these fine people in front of you to take on one more thing. And then to the rescue, Wendy calls me up in the middle of the night one night. I have a great idea. We should put Robin on this. And I said, okay, go, you can talk to her and tell her what it entails. She might shy away from it because it's a little bit frightening, you know. She was like, oh, thank you so much for this opportunity to take on this really important task. She got all the screeners, with Karen's help of trying to find people on campus that otherwise wouldn't have a job, got them together. She developed the whole training protocol and, you know, that wiggly, snaky drive that you have to make in to come through the S building. She worked with the police on that. She just did a fabulous job. So as we come back onto campus, the screening process might look a little bit different, and she will be directly involved in that. And then also we envision her being part of our contact tracing team, moving even further into the fall semester. So yes, she is a very busy person, and we're very grateful for her work.
And can I add one thing, Dr. Ulrich? Just because we're closed doesn't mean we're still not having events and people contact us about meetings. So the church is back on campus, but we get a call every week from another group that's looking for a meeting spot, and it could be something that wants to use our parking lot. So she's still doing that in addition to the screening.
Yes, we will have the city of Alvin will use our parking lot in October, just like they always do. I know we've had 2 COVID screenings so far. Is it 3? We got a third scheduled?
2.
Yeah, and that serviced 275 local people per day. And she was instrumental in dealing with the National Guard and the city of Alvin on getting that put together.
Does she also help coordinate the blood drives? Wendy?
No, ma'am. That is actually coordinated through student activities. I mean, she works with the facilities to make sure we have them in the location they need to be, but student activities works to schedule those.
Great. And I forgot to say that was Regent Shelton that was asking that question. Anyone else? Regent Tackard, Regent Stuxa, Regent Draghi, Vice Chair Draghi, or Regent Starkey? Anybody have questions for anyone?
This is Roger Stuxa. I know this came into my thinking listening to everything that we're doing, and it occurred to me that we're putting in some new furniture and different things. And I know I've seen that the school district seems to have auctions of different items. Are we going to try to recover any funds, some of the things we're taking out of the classroom, replacing with new items?
Carl?
Yes, we've already had, I know, one auction already earlier in the summer. The company's called Lemons that we deal with, and it's they help to market it on their website, and yeah, we'll be setting up another auction as we accumulate more furniture that's coming in.
Thank you.
Thank you, Regent Stuxa. Anyone else? Any more questions?
Chairman Bell, I'd like to ask a question.
Okay, thank you, Vice Chair Draghi.
This is for Wendy. What is marketing doing to help boost fall enrollment? I know that it's down a little bit, and you know, just are you doing any extra marketing for that?
Sorry for the delay, trying to produce and keep up. We've done a lot of different marketing in this fall. If you've been around town, you've seen a lot of billboards. We kind of redesigned a restart your education close to home, hoping that we could potentially reach some students that might not be going away to college this fall with the with the situation what it is. We mailed out postcards. They looked something like this. I don't know if some of you got them or not. We targeted Alvin and Pearland ISD high school seniors, and we also mailed it to a broad group in the community. We developed a special website. So when you got this, if this worked, because we're always trying to make sure what works, you clicked on a special website that you went into. And I was told today that we have over 2,500 hits on that special website from the postcards we sent. So often it's difficult to say what marketing works, if the billboard works or not, but we can target some things like that postcard. In addition to this, we've been doing a lot of advertisement on the Houston Chronicle. We've been doing Comcast commercials, digital ads, the social media ads. We're trying to hit the gamut of everything. But as I said the other day in our town hall meeting with our staff, sometimes it's just that name and that face. And I've been, since March, I think I wear an ACC shirt every day. I've been asked questions in the drive-through line at fast food restaurants. I've been asked questions at Walmart. The bank drive-through, I had 3 people asking me questions. So sometimes it's just getting that connection made to our students. So I've encouraged different staff, or all staff here, when they're out and about, to wear their shirts. Regent Shelton didn't even wait for me to ask him. Just keep wearing his shirt, and he might recruit somebody. So that we're doing quite a bit of things, Regent Draghi. So thank you for asking.
Thank you for what you're doing.
And let me clarify something while we're on the topic of shirts. The shirt that Regent Shelton is wearing is his shirt that he paid for to have his name and the logo put on there. We do not have money to buy those nice shirts that Regent Shelton is wearing. So let's just clarify, we're not spending our money in that way. We are too frugal, aren't we, Carl? Yes. So I just wanted to clear that up. I did want to say to Dr. Bourne, I noticed the increase in Pell Grants and their increase in Pell Grants for this fall, which is, you know, here our numbers are not great enrollment wise, but I was really pleased to see that that we are up in Pell Grants for the fall. So what do you attribute that to, Dr. Bourne, would you say?
Well, we have a great director of financial aid. Gabby and her team really do a lot of outreach to our students, and even before they leave. So we did a lot of application campaign to students in the spring and the summer before they even left to actually apply. I think the biggest factor for the increase for fall 2020 is probably due to the fact that in order to get the CARES campaign money, students have to be eligible for Pell. And so they have had to apply for financial aid, whereas before they probably didn't do that. So, yeah.
Oh, you're on mute, Bill.
Sorry. I said that is such a wonderful thing that was a criteria for that CARES money, because it forces their hand, and so many are just so scared of that application, because I've had so many people talk to me about that, and I tell them, and you just have to work through it. It's like doing income tax the first time you do it, you know, just got to work through it. So it's exciting to see that. It makes me very, very happy. Anything else from anyone? Any more questions? So, Dr. Albrecht, are we, how do you think we need to move forward? If we have no further questions on this, can we just take a break, or do we need to take a break? Just go ahead and proceed, and then, or how do you want us to do it?
I would suggest that we go ahead. We're about 45 minutes ahead of schedule, or at least 30 minutes ahead of schedule. We were supposed to conclude this at 2 o'clock and then take a 15-minute break to 2:15. I would suggest we go ahead, and I'll look to Nikki for her advice, but that we take a 15-minute break now and resume at 1:45 with the president goal setting component, and we'll see, you know, how that ends up. We may move through that quicker than we had anticipated as well, and then we can move into the session on the budget, because we do now have our tax numbers, and Carl and Debbie have prepared a very nice presentation that really can demonstrate to you what some of our options are. So I would suggest a 15-minute break.
Hey, Wendy, I let Cam know that we are running ahead of schedule because I know he's at work, but he had wanted to join the budget portion. So I've let him know. I don't know if he'll need to try to get in.
Okay.
He said that he will try. He's in meetings, so he doesn't know. He just wants me to keep him posted on the time. So I will do that.
Thank you, Chair Sanchez, for looping him in.
Sure. The less catch-up work you guys have to do, the better.
Yeah, and it's so much better to hear it in person and when you can also hear the discussion on the other regions. But we're happy to catch up. Anybody that wants to visit with us.
Ms. Del Bello, you are going to be charged with letting me know when we need to get going.
Sure thing.
And then also, I'm not sure, Wendy, I see pictures of Jade and Karen. I want to make sure they know that they don't have to tune into this portion of the program if they.
Okay, there's Karen right there.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I did want to say I feel bad. I feel bad that I did not address the whole team because I wanted to say I truly appreciated the fine job that they all did reporting on their area. I think it was a great report, great information, and they all deserve kudos. So if you would please share that with the rest of the team, Dr. A, I think my fellow regents would concur with that compliment. So
I'd be happy to pass on that compliment, and I too am very proud of all the work that they have done. It's amazing what you can do when you have a plan.
Well, and it's amazing. It's amazing that this stressful situation that we've all been placed in has really, I mean, we always work hard, but it's pushed us even a tad further, and I think we've risen to the occasion.
I agree.
It's 1:45, and it looks like all the Board of Regents are back.
Great. Okay, Board of Regents, we're going to go ahead and proceed. We are going to invite Dr. Harrington to lead the session dealing with the President's goals for this 2020-2021 year. And we're going to draft those, get those on board, and then we will be voting on these at our August 13th meeting. So we will move forward. Dr. Harrington.
Thank you so much, Chair Sanchez and all the regents and Dr. Albrecht. I think this has really been a good session so far. I have watched these executives all work very hard over the years since we started this strategic plan. I remember our first visits here when we came as Collaborative Brain Trust to start working with the college and looking at the state of the college at the time and what some of the needs were. And at that time, the board was very adamant about the most important goal for the new president was to have a 5-year plan. And that's one thing to talk about it, but it's another thing to actually do it and to follow through. And the tedious work that went into developing the actual implementation plan, the operational side of it, behind the scenes, I just share with all of you as regents that it really is a very tedious and time-consuming and arduous task to develop a plan and lay it all out for 5 years and identify who's going to do what by when and what the outcomes are going to be and all that. But you're now seeing, after 4 years, huge strides forward, and the college has made such great progress on all of these 6 areas. So kudos to all of you for that.
Thank you.
So it's always good. I always like to, when we do this annual session, although there are oftentimes new regents on board, even the regents who have been on board for a while, it's a kind of a refresher to sort of stand back. And I like to use the metaphor of a mall map. So, okay, here's the mall map, and here's where we are, and here's where we've been and where we're going, because it kind of helps put it all in context to try to regroup for the new year and have everybody be on the same page, and the dialogue together as regents is always important. So please interrupt me at any time if you have questions or comments or thoughts to share. So I'll start go ahead with the slides.
Tammy, do you have those loaded?
There we go. Okay, Tammy, thank you. You're on mute, so I'm assuming you can hear me.
I can hear you. I'm sorry.
All right, no, that's okay. I just wanted to be sure you're okay. Thank you for helping us through the slide portion of it. So this should be a familiar picture to all of you as regents, but I do want to just walk through it just a little bit. It's a good time to do that when you start the next year and setting your CEO goals, to look at what's the role of the board and what's the role of the CEO and her executive team and the staff of the college. So this integrated planning model, it's important to the accrediting commission as well as to the actual work of the college, that the planning efforts in the college are integrated and that you have a methodology that you're following to move through the actions that you're doing as a college in a methodical way. So starting at the top, you'll see the Board of Regents being the governing group for the college, and the mission and vision then are actually adopted by the Board of Regents, and those were adopted when this 5-year plan started. It's customary and wise for a board to review those mission and vision statements each 5 years when you do the new or next 5-year plan. Things may have changed. You may want to add some words to it. You may want to subtract something from it. Your mission maybe has changed, or your vision may have changed. So it's a good idea to do that. And you will see that there is an arrow between that and the 5-year plan, in that the mission and vision really are the foundation upon which the 5-year plan is developed. We like to have a very open, transparent, participative process by the faculty and staff at the college, and so with the next strategic plan, usually what you do is you have a strategic plan steering committee, which is what we did when we started this one. And that steering committee has representative stakeholders from across the college who they themselves will look at the mission and vision and recommend any changes to the executive team, to the ELT, and to Dr. Albrecht, and then she'll bring all that to you as a board, and then you'll review it. And as I recall, the last time, I think there were a couple of words that were changed from what the staff had done, but it's a joint effort together. And so you will see on the right-hand side of this screen, there's 3 little tabs going down the side that shows the role of the board. In the first one is to set policy direction for the institution. In the second one, the 5-year plan is developed in conjunction with the folks in the college and the community, and everybody is involved in that. But the board and the college together do that long-range planning. And then the bottom section, the large wheel on the bottom, is the college's annual planning process. So those right-hand tabs signify the board's role is to set the mission and vision for the institution. The board and the college together set the 5-year plan, and then the CEO, the president, works with her executive team and the rest of the stakeholders in the college on the annual planning process. So that's sort of the overview. In the bottom section of the slide, you'll see it's a cyclical process each year where the plan is developed based on a review from the prior year and any adjustments that are made. So if you start with the yellow box in the about, I guess that's about 10 o'clock on the wheel, you'll see that the continuous improvement comes from reviewing the prior year and saying, oh, gee, we need to go a new direction, or we need to tweak this a little bit, or change something, or add something. Obviously, in 2015, we had no clue there was going to be a COVID-19. So that changes things up. So every year there are some changes. Although your goals stay the same for the 5 years, the annual planning process will add and subtract operational things as needed to be very current with the times. So that's kind of how that works. And then you follow the wheel around, and I won't read the whole wheel because you have it there, but we like to have data used for the decision making. You'll see the gray circle is data-driven decision making, meaning, you know, I may talk to my coffee group of friends and we have one viewpoint, but do we really know what people, you know, 10 blocks away think about what's going on at the college? And as regents, you're trying to get a very broad base of information from the constituents, and you're letting the data inform you for making decisions, not just you know, my opinion, your opinion, someone else's opinion, or emotions driving those decisions. Obviously, the students and the community, that's what we're here for, is to serve the community and to serve the student body that is at the college. And so they help drive the agenda, obviously, of what's done. We look at the data and analyze it, develop the plan, apply the budget. The board then adopts the budget, and the budget should prioritize dollars toward whatever the plan is for that year. So plan drives budget. And then we follow through with the year. And as you have seen, you get regular reports through the year on the status of things like renovation projects or program development or whatever's going on. And then at the end of the year, we do this session, this board work session, to recap the whole year, to sort of regroup and focus for the upcoming year. So let me pause there for a moment and see if there are questions or comments by anyone.
Does anyone have any question, comment? Regent Starkey or Shelton, either one, being that you're new to this?
No, ma'am.
Okay, great. Let's move forward then, Nikki.
Keep moving then. All right, so the next slide. If we move to the next one. Okay, so I like to also recap the different types of planning. So the strategic plan is something that most colleges develop their strategic plan for 5 years. The facilities plans are usually longer. They're more like 10 years because it takes 3 years just to design and build something or renovate something. So 5 years isn't really enough for facilities plans, but for the strategic plan, usually about every 5 years is about the cycle. Most colleges, almost all of the colleges I work with, have adopted a 5-year planning process. The difference between the strategic plan and between strategic and incremental planning is that each year you're developing your annual plan, and you're taking the goals you have and you're extending them, and you're incrementally making continuous improvement in the college. Strategic planning means that you start from scratch each 5 years. So when you are ready to start your next 5-year planning process, you want to go back out to all those stakeholders, the people inside of the college, the people outside of the college, and that's those folks that I was mentioning earlier, all the partners, the workforce development folks, city and county planners. You want to really get a feel for what is the context within which Alvin Community College works. Things may have changed. You know, there may be new housing developments or new business and industry in the area, or maybe people have left, or some company has changed its focus, or whatever it may be. So you really want contemporary information, very current information, to lay out your next 5-year plan. And it's very strategic. Cybersecurity is a good example. 10 years ago, you wouldn't have been doing a cybersecurity program. Now you are. It's part of the contemporary marketplace of what the need is in the area. So that's the difference between those two. And I mentioned the difference between the 5-year plan versus the annual plan. The goals and the institution-wide objectives stay the same for the 5 years. All the annual implementation plan is what changes each year. So to operationalize it, you're looking at who the players are that currently work at the college, and you might have new people who have been hired or people who have retired, and so you have a lot of change going on an annual basis. You're currently in your cycle entering year 5. The 2021 year will be the final year of the 5-year plan. And at this juncture, you have 2 options of how to move forward. And so I thought I would put those both out for a little discussion, Chair Sanchez, because this is something that colleges are kind of rethinking this particular year because of the COVID-19 crisis. So I wanted to kind of go through these 2 options as possibilities for you of how you might want to approach it. The traditional method is that you begin your development of the next 5-year plan during the 5th and final year of your current plan. So when this plan sunsets in June of 2021 or July or August, the summer of 2021, you have a new plan ready to go starting in the fall of 21. That's option A, sort of the traditional plan. And that plan then would go from 2021 to 2026. The second option is to wait until after your SACS visit. Because your SACS visit is a virtual visit, the physical people being on campus won't happen until December at the earliest, or after the holidays, perhaps. We don't know yet, but your final report, instead of getting it in June, you won't get it until later. And I think Dr. Albrecht was telling me that she's expecting maybe not till December for the final report. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. So there is also a lot of activity associated with the SACS visit. Even though you prepare and you do you submit your materials and everything, there's a lot of work on campus getting ready for the visit. It's a very high priority for the president, for the executive staff, for your research people, who are that group, and the research folks are the very people who are engaged in the first stage of your new strategic plan development. So you don't want to overwork people, especially when they may already be a little weary from all the COVID-19 response that has been required. So what I'm finding colleges that I work with are doing, they're taking their current 5-year plan. If they're in at the spot you are right now, they're taking their current 5-year plan, they're sort of adopting an interim plan for the year, for one more year, like a year 6. And then delaying the startup of the next 5-year plan until like January, to start in January with your discovery phase, which is a heavy use of your exec team and your IER staff. So they'll be done with the SACS visit by then to be freed up to provide some time to start the discovery phase. And then your plan would go from 2022 to 2027. It eases the staff workload a little bit. And you also want to incorporate the recommendations that SACS gives you. So you'll have an exit interview, and you'll have some information. You'll kind of get a feel for what SACS is looking for in the new plan. If you were to start your discovery phase in January, then you would get your plan developed with goals and things in the summer and fall of 21, and then finish wrapping up your objectives and getting your implementation plan going so that you could start fall of 2022. And if you were to ask me, what would you recommend with all the colleges I work with, this is more the model that they're kind of adopting. So let me pause there and listen a minute.
It's interesting that you said that, Dr. Harrington, because before I looked at your agenda, when you were talking about this, that first line, developed every 5 years, and I'm thinking, oh gosh, this is our 5th year, when are we going? And then I looked down and saw what was on the agenda. I totally agree with, just as an individual board member, I totally agree with having that kind of that transition year in there because, especially because of COVID.
Yeah.
I think it's only fair to our team. If a person has never worked with SACS, I did it years ago with a school district when we used to do those accreditation visits, and they are heck.
Yeah.
So I would definitely be for going with the second option. I don't know. I'd like to hear from some of the other regents, please, if you could give me your thoughts on it.
I agree with what you just said, Bill. I think we need to wait.
I agree also that we need to wait, just incorporate one more year on this plan and then do the plan for 22 through 27.
Okay. Other regents, Stuxa, Shelton, and Starkey, all the S's.
I agree.
Okay, thank you, Regent Stuxa.
I agree as well.
Thank you, Regent Starkey.
I just have one question. How often do we have a SACS visit?
Oh,
So
let her tell you.
yes, we were discussing this earlier because Dr. Harrington asked me, because she does work with all of the different regional, or most of the regional accrediting bodies. Some of them are on different terms. Some are 7 years and some are 10 years. We are technically on a 10-year site visit plan, a decennial they call it. But over the years, what that has amounted to is that we have been under a microscope every single year from SACS. They started a cycle ago with the addition of the QEP, the Quality Enhancement Plan. And so they said, okay, well, you do your QEP at the time of your decennial site visit. And then at year 5, you go ahead and you report to us on that. So it kind of made the decennial go from every, the report from going every 10 years to every 5 years. But basically what happened to us last time was that our site visit was supposed to be in 2011. This is a long answer to your question, I apologize. 2011, but because of what we had going on, I think it was a little hurricane, our site visit actually got postponed and by a year, but we still stayed with the same cycle. Long story short, when I got here in 2014, they were still wrapping up the 5-year report from SACS because every year they had given us something else to do. They kept us on monitoring is what they call it. So we have been working on SACS every single year since I've gotten here. So to say it's an every 10-year process is really not true. And in between, they make you report on everything. Anytime we add a dual credit site to our offerings, we have to write what's called a compliance request or a substantive change request. Every time we add a new program, of course, we have to do a whole prospectus on the program that has to be submitted. So it's like they're in your business really all the time and constantly sending you new mandates and so on. So it's every 10 years, technically speaking, with a 5-year interim report on your quality enhancement plan, but it's every year.
And I think the thing about it, Regent Shelton, is that it's not that you are learning and growing from doing these, but if you know from your industry, all these things that involve lots of research and paperwork, you may learn a lot from it, but it takes a lot of time and effort, which takes time and effort away from folks' real job, if you know what I mean. So it's very time and labor intensive. Andy, I don't know if you were ever involved in the SACS stuff when you were on campus, but anybody that has will attest to that.
Yeah, I was 3 times, 90, 2000, and 2010, and I was part of a strategic planning committee that when that quality enhancement program came, yeah, that threw a whole new kink in everything. So, yeah, everybody, I'm telling you, the whole college, Darren, it involves almost everybody from the ground up because there's so many intricate parts to this that it's very, very taxing, like they said.
Thank you, Regent Tackard. Anyone else have a comment? Well, I would dare say that I think, Nikki, that our group would probably go with option B. We have 3 regents that are on here, but I think at this point that would be the way that we are thinking. So.
Okay.
Chair Sanchez, may I interject something?
Yes, ma'am, please.
Harrington, even though if that's the way that we go, and I certainly would support that, we had been talking about that possibility even before COVID, just because of SACS and the need to get that wrapped up and feel like we have it behind us. But that won't keep us from going ahead and preparing an RFP to go out for the selection of a firm to handle the strategic plan development. I talked with Rick Morris, and although we've been working with Nikki, like I said, for 6 years and enjoyed it very much, he said because of the cost of the strategic plan that we really should do an RFP, or a request for proposals, and then screen those proposals and select the company that fits the needs of the college best. So I'll be working on that in the fall with coming right up really with Alan Phillips.
Okay, great. Okay, Dr. Harrington, if you want to proceed.
Sure, thank you. So if that's sort of your cycle, then just to help you kind of with how that progresses, is that your pieces then would be you do your RFP in the fall, and then you start the discovery phase, all your data collection, then seconds, after the holidays, after the first of the year. So in January, you would start all your data collection. And what we're finding in doing strategic plans is that the data collection piece takes a little bit longer in this era of what we're in. It's the same work, but you can't have multiple sessions going on at once, because usually you come on campus and you do focus groups and you do a whole bunch of things, but you can't have that many people congregated together or anything. So it takes a little bit longer to kind of do all that. And so, whoever you hire to do that process, you would probably want to start them about in January. So they would have January through about March, April or so to do all the data collection and analysis stage. And then you would move into the planning stage and set the goals and everything probably in the summer and early fall, and then work on the implementation plan during fall and spring. And that way you'd be ready to go for fall 22. So that's kind of give you a feel for the cycle of how it would work. And that lays it out in a very smooth process. So it takes about 3 semesters to do all that. And you don't want to go any faster than that, even in a non-COVID world, because as you were saying, all of the staff, your executive team and all the staff, the faculty and staff, as Andy was talking about, they're all busy. They're busy doing their jobs every day. And so you don't want to overload them with too much at once. So that's kind of just to give you a little feel for how that would work.
Excellent.
Okay.
Yes.
All right, so then next slide. So in looking at the CEO's roles, the president's role and the board's role, it's kind of nice to recap, and this sort of is where we were on that first slide. The board's role, obviously setting policy, reaffirming and adopting the mission and vision every 5 years, adopting the strategic plan goals each 5 years, and then on an annual basis, of course, you're approving the budget, staff hires, expenditures, and things like that throughout the year. The CEO, the president, chief executive officer, obviously executes the plan that is in play that the board has adopted, and then works with the executives, in this case under her, in working out the plan of work so that each executive is working with their direct reports and the faculty and staff and everybody that work with them in their areas to carry out the work plan. The president then, in working with the chief business officer, aligns the budget and the staffing through Carl and Karen's shop, aligning the staffing and the budgetary requirements, aligning that with the plan. So you want your budget to align with your plan. That's the main thing. And then engage the team, establish the annual plan of work and expected outcomes. And then this flows right into the performance expectations for each employee. So, you know, who is working on which piece of the plan, and that's part of their objectives for the year of what they're doing for the year, along with their regular job assignment. So, you know, if you take anybody like Carl and his shop, you know, his goals for the year, working with Dr. Albrecht, and then he works with his staff to get everybody in a line so that by the time the year progresses and finishes, you've actually accomplished the goals that you had laid out for that particular year. So it all works kind of like clockwork. But it's like anything else. The better you plan ahead of time, it's like teaching a class. The better you plan for your class ahead of time, the smoother the class is going to go. So that upfront piece is extremely critical. Okay. I think that's all. Any questions on that slide?
I just have one question, just to make sure I've got the timeline right in my head. And I apologize if I'm missing something here. But if I understood correctly, did you say it was going to take 3 semesters to act upon the SACS findings? Am I understanding that correct? I apologize.
No, it's okay. It takes about 3 semesters to develop your next 5-year plan and an implementation plan for the first year or two to get started. The SACS recommendations, it depends on what the recommendation is. It might be something that's fixed right away. It might be something that's addressed over 3 or 4 years. But whatever SACS provides to you as a recommendation, like, I'll give you an example. Let's say that SACS were to say, you really need to do a better job with your student advising. Let's just say that they said something like that. Well, then you would develop a plan for doing that and implement it. And that might be something that would take you 1.5 years, 2 years to really do well. Something else they might say is you need a long-range facilities plan if you didn't have one. And that might take you, 6 months to develop, but it would take you 10 years to implement because that's the facilities renovation cycle that you would have. So each one is different as far as how long it takes to do it. But the actual development of the plan itself is usually most companies that will work with you will have a data piece where they collect all the data, they analyze it, they look at trends, they look at planning assumptions for planning for the next 5 years, and then you do the goal development, and then you do some institution-wide objectives that, like you have right now in your plan, and then from there you move into an operational plan, and that takes about 3 semesters. So if you started January of 21, you would be ready to start your new 5-year plan fall of 22.
And that's what I'm trying to wrap my head around. If we delay a year or give a 1-year extension, we're talking about a 2.5 year period before we complete theoretically that next plan. Is my math straight?
No, you're off just a little bit. You're off just a little bit on that, Darren. It's you would take the 5-year plan you have now, and you would say, we're going to do a 1-year extension. So we're going to have a year 6 that goes 21, 22. And during that same time of 21, 22, you're in the developmental stage of your new 5-year plan. So when it sunsets in the summer of 22, you're ready to go with your new plan. You don't wait till you finish the plan to then develop another one.
Okay, but it would still be 2.5 years, including the extension.
I think we would be starting the new strategic plan 1 year from now, 2 years from now, sorry. We would extend the current plan. We'd go back and pick up pieces that we might not have completely done. We can continue to develop any areas across the campus inefficiencies. So we would be, it would be the fall. This is, what is this? This is August, right? So it would be, this is August of 2020. It would be August of 22 that we would begin actually conducting, carrying out the first year of the new 5-year plan. And this is the timeline that, or the amount of time that it takes to develop the strategic plan. It's very consistent with what happened last time when we did our strategic plan. And the development of the breakthrough goals, it was intense work, but it was nothing compared to the development of the implementation plan. That implementation plan, we had, I think it was 43 different teams on campus that were meeting to develop each and every step of the implementation, and it was painstaking. It made Wendy start smoking cigarettes at one point. It was so bad. No, not really, but she did have a fake cigarette that she would take out, and that's when we knew she was very stressed. But it's really grueling to develop that. But without the implementation plan, your strategic plan, in my experience, just will sit on the shelf. If you don't have guidelines and step by step of who is going to do what and when, it just won't happen, because people will just turn around and go back to doing whatever their work is without really thinking strategically about where the college needs to move forward. So the extending this 5-year plan another year will still get us back to initiating a new plan by fall of 2022.
Yeah, and in the meantime, we're going to be working. We're going to continue to work on items that could be extensions of our present plan. Right. I mean, there'll be things that will come up that we have to address, and I think, isn't part of this also, Dr. Albrecht, when we get community input?
Yes, that's the discovery phase. That was right. What we would be starting as early as January,
right?
Because we could go out, get the RFP taken care of in the fall, and then begin that discovery process. And we might be able to bring, I think we could bring goals, the breakthrough goals, like the big 5 or 6, whatever it turns out to be. I think we could do that by fall, right, Nikki? Fall of 2021?
Right.
Yes. Yes. And you take that January to May timeframe, and you know, if whoever's doing this, if they're doing it well, the way you want to have it done, they will include internal stakeholders. That's all of your administrators, faculty and staff, and students on campus. They will do external stakeholders, which are all your business, industry, and community partners, city planners, county planners, all those kinds of people. And then they will collect workforce data, and they will use both quantitative data and qualitative data, people's opinions and viewpoints and all of that, and you coalesce that all together, and then you get trends and you get planning assumptions. What are the assumptions that guide the plan? You know, assumptions like the community is going to grow, the community is going to shrink, this is going to happen, that's going to happen, based on the collection of all of that information, including community members themselves. Does that answer your question, Val?
Is that okay, Aaron? Do you get it?
Good enough for government work.
Thank you. That's what you have to understand. It's a little bit different than out in the mainstream. So, but it's what's required. So, thank you. Okay, Dr. Harrington, I think we're ready to move on.
Okay. And I will tell you, for Darren's benefit, I also do strategic plan development for private companies, you know, for the private sector, and their processes are a lot faster because they can coalesce people more quickly. Educational institutions are a little slower to move because they have a lot more hierarchical stages to go through and things like that, and SACs and all these other people. So the next slide, if we can go to that, this shows the board CEO relationship and the annual process. The board and the president have a relationship together to ensure that they're on the same page, providing leadership to the institution so that, you know, you're all going the same direction. So if you start over at 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock over there, you have progress reports that you get all year as regents. And then you come to this point in time and you're looking at, okay, what did we do last year? Where are we going next year? You conduct your own self-evaluation, which you did. And the CEO, you know, in this case, Dr. Albrecht does her own self-evaluation and provides that to you. Then you as a board do an evaluation of the president, establish the president's contract, and then you have goal setting for the board and goal setting for the president. So these are all the pieces that are involved. As I was talking with Dr. Albrecht about this, and also Chairwoman Sanchez about your cycle, there was discussion about wanting to have the board self-evaluation with the existing board before elections, because they happen in May. And so if you could go to the next slide, I'll show you the current cycle, and then I'll show you what I did with it as a suggested solution for all that. So if you look at this slide, it shows you the dates of what you've done this 1920 year. You had reports through September through June. The COVID pandemic hit in March. You did your board and CEO self-evaluations by June. You had the CEO evaluation by the board in July. The CEO contract in July. I think you did all that stuff already, right? And then today, August 3rd, board and CEO goal setting, but you haven't done the board goal setting piece yet. And you had talked about wanting to do that kind of at a separate meeting, right? Okay, so, and then you see in that little cloud, it's really important for your president to have the goals adopted in August, because she needs to work with the executive team, who then needs to work with all the deans and the faculty and all the other people that are on campus, so that their work is already established at the start of the year. If you wait too long, then you're asking people to do things in November and they only have 4 months left to do it in the academic year. So you really want to have your goals for your president adopted in August before faculty come back from the summer break and things like that. So let me go to the next slide and show you what I did with the information that you provided to me as a possible solution to what you've been talking about together. So it starts the same way with progress reports that will go through this upcoming year. Your board and CEO self-evaluations could be in April, May, right in that time frame, but prior to the May election for the board in particular, so that, you know, if you're a new board member coming on, you can't evaluate the board. You haven't been on the board yet. It's really hard to do that. So you want your existing board that's been working all year to evaluate itself and, you know, if what's working, what's not working, what would we like to change, that kind of thing. And then you share that with the new trustees when they come on board, the new regents when they come on board. And then you have a goal setting session, as you can see there a little bit later, like in July or so. And then you have your president's goal setting session in August. So that's kind of, I tried to lay it out in a cycle that would make sense for how you'd like to improve your cycle.
I think that sounds good. I think that's what we had talked about when we were doing it. I know that both Regent Starkey and Shelton had to evaluate Dr. Albrecht, and they felt a tad uncomfortable. Sure. And there were items, of course, that they just absolutely couldn't address at all. So I think this does a lot to help us.
Okay. So will the CEO evaluation still be done after the election by the new board, or would we start that evaluation prior to the new board coming on, and then just discuss it and set our goals after the new board?
Well, we won't have an election next year, right?
No, I'm talking about going forward.
Yeah, I would think that we would go ahead and do that prior. When do we normally have our election in May? Is it early in the?
Early.
First
Yeah.
weekend.
Yeah.
So if you move up my evaluation until April from July, you're cutting off 3 months of work time for me. As it is, when the board approves my goals in August, I mean, I have to get right started so that I can make a timeline to be able to complete all the goals in a step-by-step way, so as they're not all falling at one time. And so if you're going to evaluate me in April, then I've got to have everything wrapped up in March, which means I only have from September 1 to March. I really only have 6 months to meet goals. So I would find that difficult to manage.
We could then leave the CEO evaluation until, I mean, just leave it as it is. The board evaluation, I mean, it's not as impactful as the CEO evaluation. I mean, we're not going to give ourselves a raise. So I think it would be okay. And I don't see how we can get around it. If our elections are in May, I don't think there's any way we can get around some of our board members. I think we've all been in that situation when we were elected, if it was, so we'll just have to go. Generally, it may be that we don't always have new board members. Well, you will when I leave, but we may, I mean, these guys that are coming up this next time may all agree to run again, and so we may not have new people again. So I think we just probably leave the CEO where it is and just look at the board self-evaluation earlier. What are y'all's thoughts?
And your cycle, to the question of, well, we don't have elections next year, you really want to get your cycle down so that it's a cyclical thing so that you can plan well. Whether you have an election or not, I would keep your timing the same.
Yes.
So that it's sort of standardized.
Definitely.
So, this is just my thought. I mean, I do understand Dr. Albrecht's point about the timeline and the limited opportunity, to complete some goals within. But to me, I kind of like what I'm seeing right here with the CEO evaluation. This says May. It still could be mid-May toward late May, before the new board members are sat. That's something that could be, from year to year toggled just a little, so that any outbound board members would still be able to participate in the evaluation of the CEO that they've worked with. And I think, to Dr. Albrecht's point about some goals may not have had a chance to complete them and stuff. Just speaking for me personally, I'm understanding that some things, may have to be reported on in motion. That's just the nature of business. There's some things that may not be done, and we wouldn't want to rush a goal in order to try and meet a deadline for an evaluation when we could all understand. So me personally, understanding the cyclical nature of the way we do want to realign it, I would probably be in favor of doing it mid to late May, before the outbound board members leave, whatever that looks like from a year-to-year basis.
But you wouldn't be able to, because you guys come on right after you're elected.
Not this year. We didn't get sat till toward the end of May 22nd or so, I think.
No, May 12th. You were sat May 12th. You were sat May 12th, 10 days after the election.
10 days after the election.
Understood. Point being the same. I still think it's better for the outbound board members to be able to participate. So.
Well, and the other thing that then we might need to take into consideration is, before you guys were on board, we didn't do, for some time, we didn't do, really do a president's evaluation. Prior to, Dr. Albrecht set a new precedent here where we actually are doing the CEO evaluation that had not occurred in a formal fashion prior to this. And so we went in when we first did it and we gave her way too much to do. I mean, it was ridiculous. We just loaded her plate. So if we're going to do this, then we need to come back and keep those goals, you know, like to 4. You see what I'm saying? Because
I agree with that. I think we're giving her too many goals and we're expecting her to get it done in 5 or 6 months. And that, I mean, the way that we're doing it now, that's more than a goal a month. And that's just an awful lot, especially with everything else going on.
So, I mean, I think that's what you have to remember. I mean, because sitting on this board, every board meeting, she had something to say about her goals. I mean, so she was constantly reporting what she was doing. It was like, you know, everything that was going on, she reported to us because that is part of her evaluation, and that's and so it gets very very heavy. I mean, it's a heavy load, and yes, it's all part of her job, but you know, you guys all have jobs. You know what it's like. There's the job, and then there's there's the job. So I don't know. Those are my thoughts. Regent Tackert or Stuxa or Starkey, any of you have a comment?
This is Jake. I agree that it seems like we're giving her too much to accomplish, and so it ends up setting her up for failure, and I don't think that's appropriate, and I don't think that's necessarily the intention. I think that's just the result. I also think that having an outgoing board member, outgoing Regents evaluation can be good, but I could also see it being taken with a grain of salt, right? Like if they are possibly going out on not so good terms, they maybe lost an election versus retiring or no longer running, the evaluation could be skewed, you know, and as long as we all take that with a grain of salt and with the intention that comes with it, I think it could be useful information. And it also seems to me, just having sat through the previous 2 hours of presentations, that part of my thought is that we should let her do her job and not have to do so much reporting back to us, because it kind of seems like she's spending more time having to explain what she's doing than actually doing what she should be doing. And I think that it'd be important. I would be okay with less information and more work getting done, if that makes sense. And it just seems to me that we're spending a lot of time listening to her justify what she's doing instead of just doing it. And Dr. Albrecht, I hope you take that in the way that I meant, which is a very positive way. So
thank you, Regent Starkey. And I would just say that I can work with this either way. So if we want to move it to an April, because to me, when it says board and CEO self-evaluations, that means I prepare that big book for you that you got to review. I hope you reviewed it before you evaluated me. So that would be, I would need to do that by April. I can make that happen. I can absolutely make it happen. So I just missed that before, because I did review this slide. Nikki asked me to review it. I just missed that it said CEO in there in April, and that was kind of like, I got to be done by April. I better start right now. I better go. I better get off this call and start working on goals. But no, I can make it work either way, and I'm totally fine with that. If it fits the flow and sets us up for future success, I'm cool with it.
Regent Tackert, any comments?
No, I would rather her do what's comfortable for her and for Dr. Albrecht, and that may be, let's keep it where it is. I'm fully good with that. Darren, I understand what you were saying. It's hard to do an evaluation. I sat there 4 years ago and I didn't know what to say. So that may be just something that needs to happen, and then you sit back, you look for a year, and then you fall in. So Dr. Albright, is what makes you happy. What's best for you is what we need to do, I feel like. So
I'm like I said, Regent Attacker, thank you so much. I could make it, I can make it work either way. So don't worry about me. Just try to think about what's the best thing to do going forward. So I'm cool with that.
Regent, Vice Chair Drakey.
I just have a question for Nikki. Would it be completely out of protocol if we either two different options, either excluded the 1, 2, or 3 new regents in that particular year from doing the evaluation on Dr. Albrecht, and that way the numbers wouldn't be skewed? We would only have, we would only have 6 people, but it would be better than having 9 with 3 not applicable because they didn't know what was going on, or doing her evaluation, I'm sorry, there's someone mowing, or doing her evaluation every other year.
I'll share with you what most colleges do. What most colleges do is they keep the CEO evaluation at the end of the year, and if new trustees have joined, new regents in your case have joined, they sort of do what Regent Tacker was saying. They sort of, the first year you sort of sit back and you do a lot of listening and sort of reflecting on how the whole process is working, and you read the material so you know what's going on and everything. But you don't jump out of your seat and say, well, she needs to do this and she needs to do that if you haven't even been on the board. Like he's saying, it takes a year to kind of get on board with everything of how it all works. And so what most colleges do is they do the CEO evaluation at the end of the academic year, so they have time to actually complete the work.
Okay, I'm thinking then that just from what I have heard, now Regent Stuxa, you've not said anything. How do you feel one way or the other?
I've been sitting here listening to Andy and to Darren and Jake and Crystal and Nikki, and there's so much going on here with thoughts that I'm trying to decide who has the best decision to fly forward. I really think that we should maybe put this on paper and have a vote and see which approach we take. Or there's too many approaches here to say which is the best. I want Crystal, to be comfortable with her job and what it would take for her to do the best job she can. I think it should be her decision how she'd like to handle it, actually.
Okay. Thank you, Regent Stuxa. I think in that case, Nikki, I hear the majority of the board saying they would like to leave Dr. Albrecht's CEO evaluation as it is right now, as it is presently. We will go ahead and do our board self-evaluation in April.
Yes, too.
And because they're two different, they serve two different purposes. Yeah. And so because those people that are, even the people that are going off, really need to be a part of the board self-evaluation, because we need to see where it is that we are and where we need to go. So I think we do just take and put the CEO evaluation where we've always had it, and just do the board self-eval in April.
Okay, that sounds good.
I think that's the way we need to go at this time.
Maybe one thing Dr. Albrecht could stop too is maybe not give us that great big book. Have to prepare that great big book in April. She gives us a report every month on each goal. So that's just one more step that we might not have to do.
Well, and not only that, no disrespect intended, Dr. A, but I have rarely really read all that stuff, because I know you've done it. You've reported to us at board meetings. You've given us copies of all that stuff already. And then I have those stacks of paper to decide that, when I'm going to get them shredded. And so I would just as soon, I don't know about the rest of you. I know new people may need it, but with the reports that we get at the board meetings, And any follow-up or any supporting documentation, I generally feel comfortable with. I don't know, Andy, don't you agree? You don't want any more paper to recycle?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'd
rather have a Crystal do a verbal review prior to what we need to do to make a decision. Just to basically briefly go over anything that to refresh everybody's mind, you might say. It doesn't have to be a long drawn out process.
Thank you for that comment, Regent Stutska. And really, I mean, you kind of hit the nail on the head. When I prepare that big book at the end, it's because I know that you're going to receive a form to fill out from legal counsel, and I'm just trying to jar your memory to say, remember, I really did all this. I did these goals, but also that's part of the evaluation. The other part is that the routine, there's that whole section on operation of the campus and hiring and all those different sections that I do feel like I have to go back through the whole year and justify to you how I have met those aspects of my job. It is rather tedious, but you know, I don't want to leave you with the form and no remembrance of what has occurred over the last year, or I want to make it easy for you to be able to see that I have done my job.
Well, I think in that case, if you feel the need to put that together, I think you make it optional for those of us who believe that we've gotten the full report on what you've gotten accomplished and don't feel a need to get a copy, that we don't have to take a copy. Saving paper, saving money, and so, you know.
Or just do it as a PDF.
Or just do the first 30 pages this time, the first 30 pages, that was pretty much the executive summary, and the rest of it was the backup documentation where you could see the board memos that had been previously submitted, and because some of those board memos are fairly lengthy reports,
right.
That's why it got so big. So really the first half of it is or the first, not half, the executive summary, really, the first 30-ish pages would have done it.
Okay, well, let's consider that for the future then. And okay, I think we're ready on that note, Dr. Harrington.
Okay, all right, so let's move on to the next slide then. So the CEO goals, the president's goals are based on the board adopted strategic plan. So whatever your plan is for the upcoming year is what you want for the goals. So what I've done in this section coming up now is I had conversations with Dr. Albrecht of her thoughts on what are those high priority items that she knows that you as a board want to be sure that she accomplishes, and what's in the plan. So, you know, what are the things that are in the plan? Obviously, you know, you've got some really important issues, like your SACS visit is obviously a really important one. So I pulled those out and I put those for discussion for each of the 6 goals, the things that are in the plan that are high level enough and important enough that you as a board would probably want to have some discussion about those being the framework for her goals. So that's kind of how this progresses. So in strategic goal 1, your excuse me, your 2 high level things for discussion are the SACS report, and in this case, it's the visit that's coming up and being prepared for it, and hosting the visit, even if it's virtual. There's still a lot of work. That's an important thing for her, and then in the second semester, starting the data collection for the next 5-year plan. Those seem to be the 2 ones that came out of strategic goal 1 that were really critical. So I'll turn it back to you, Chair Sanchez. You can have some discussion on those 2.
Anything else? Just looking at that goal, is there anything else that you guys think needs to be addressed in any fashion? I mean, that's the sad thing is, you can see here, Darren, SACS drives us. I mean, sadly, Sachs drives us. It's kind of takes control. And then it just makes sense that data collection be on there because, you know, we're ready to start the next 5-year strategic plan. So you've got to get that information together in order to know what you're going to include to guide you. Any thoughts from anybody else?
I like it. Let's keep it simple.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Regent Tackert. I agree. Anybody else?
I agree with that.
Let's move forward to the next goal, and then we can always come back, Nikki, and review.
Okay, so strategic goal 2, in that area, you know, the big thing here is continuing the implementation of the maintenance tax note plan for the renovation of the facilities. I mean, you're on a roll now. You've got these facilities moving along. She is going to be monitoring that, working with Carl as the person, you know, her direct report that's going to work on it. But, you know, that'll be an important thing for her to make sure that the renovations are moving along smoothly and that the money's being used wisely and et cetera. That's probably the biggest thing in goal 2.
I know that they that they're with the situation that we're in right now, that it's very unlikely that we would do anything on the west side. But since that says that in there, should we? I mean, I know that you sit and listen if anybody brings possibilities, you know, land possibilities, but, you know, does there need to be anything mentioned, Dr. Albrecht, do you think? I mean, it's a moot point really because, but.
Yeah, so much, you know, in retrospect, when I look back at this goal period,
Yeah.
I would not recommend to a president to ever put something like this goal in their strategic plan, simply because there was so little, we couldn't control the vote. You know, we put something out there that said, yes, we're going to do this on the west side of the district, but the voters didn't approve it. So you put something in a plan that you can't achieve yourself without the assistance of a voting tax base. But having said that, we did go back, as you remember last year, you'd asked me to report on any possibilities of property on the west side, and we did have some early leads in January, working with a developer that I reported back to the board about. And I've talked to Fred Fargo several times, and he played telephone tag with the developer, and then suddenly the developer has gone off the radar. So we think that probably the developer, in light of the pandemic, has had some other issues. But Carl may bring up today where he's expecting that we might see a dip in property values as we continue to rebound from the COVID crisis, even into 2021, 22, 23, where property values may drop and more property may be for sale. So there may be some opportunities there. But again, in the same breath, the COVID has showed us that we might be using facilities differently in the future. Yeah. And so I'm just a little uncertain about that. We continue to meet the needs, or we continue to try to address the needs of our residents on the west side of the taxing district. As you know, we are offering classes in the evening at Shadow Creek and have some daytime classes at Hensler. But I don't know.
Well, you know, I think
it's a big goal in there that I can't achieve. You know, shy of a bond election.
That's it. That's why I think, I mean, I just hate seeing it there for you, because it's, you know, there's no way, you know, you can meet it, we can meet it. So, but anyway, I think we just leave it as is and move forward. And then when we develop our new strategic plan, we make sure, as you said, not to put anything, not to put a goal that is so, the specificity shouldn't be there. Because it's not attainable unless you can get the your constituents to to go for it.
And I
So
think Regent Cam said that, because we have talked about this before, he said we might have better said that the Alvin Community College will plan and develop services to offer to the west side of the taxing district, where we wouldn't have been so specific. But, you know, we were just really, you know, we were so excited about the possibility that we came right out and said it out loud, and then, you know, had 2 failed bond elections. So,
yeah. Yeah, I think we just leave it unless anybody else has anything else that they think needs to be on here. I think we leave it as such and move forward. Anybody? Hearing none. Okay, let's go ahead, Nikki, to the next one.
Okay, next slide. All right, goal 3, you know, the marketing plan is underway and things are really moving along with that. So I think we're pretty square on that. But what there has been quite a bit of discussion about a crisis communication plan. The COVID-19 pandemic has really raised the issue of that. So that, you know, becomes kind of a critical thing for the president to really look at addressing a crisis communication plan for the upcoming year. So that kind of made sense. Oh, you're on mute. Yeah.
The only thing I can think of, and this is really getting out there, but you know, with all this Floyd incident and the diversity thing, and you know, I don't know, I think we do a good job of being inclusive, but would there be something to try to do a better job of hitting our minority students, although I think our minority numbers are pretty good. I mean, the minority is almost a majority, aren't we?
Yes, we are, and I'd love to address that question, Chair Bell, because I think you're reading my mind. As we get further into the presentation, one of the things that we wanted to talk about, and the interesting part is that when we did our implementation plan, you know, nearly 4 years ago, we had to include diversity and inclusion training in our convocation, and so that is something that I want to do, that I'm planning on already, frankly, for our August convocation. And while we are a minority majority college, so we're attracting the students, but many of our minority populations are not achieving at the same rate as our white population. And that's where we need to, I think, initiate the discussion about how we can close those equity gaps. But I think we start with opening up the conversation with our faculty and staff regarding the importance of inclusion and inclusivity in our classrooms and in our day-to-day operations. So yes, you're right. It is a very important aspect to me, and it shows up in I think it shows up around in goal 6, maybe, because that has to do with HR.
Okay. And really the way I was looking at it also is because when I have generally Hispanics come and talk to me about coming to college, they just don't have the connections. The kiddos don't feel the comfort level going to speak to those advisors. Even if the advisor is a Hispanic, they just don't know how, they don't have the experiences. The parents don't have the experiences to make them comfortable addressing that. Whereas, you know, Jody as a parent might go with her kiddo or you know, or tell that child where to go, what to do. These folks don't have it in their background. So that child is kind of alone out there. And so I just, the connection, I think, what is the young lady that does the capturing the kids, Dr. A, that, yes.
Kids, are you talking about Holly?
Yes. To me, it's like helping her to catch more of those kids that aren't sticking with it. You know what I'm saying? Because I don't know. I guess we need to talk sometime, but that's where my mind is going right now. But let's move on and we'll hit it down the road where you say it comes up. Anybody else have anything? Okay, let's move forward then.
Okay. And yeah, that was a very good discussion because it starts with developing the employee base to understand and embrace the various groups that attend college in Alvin and how to reach them. First, you have to develop your employee base and then they can go out and do something about it. So I put that under area 6 as a professional development of the employee base first. And then the next year you might pick up on some actual strategies and things to actually do it. So goal number 4, then the next one, developing programs. We talked about, you know, they're coming up, like new programming is coming up one at a time, and that's good because it spaces it out so that you can actually manage it well. So the one that is sort of on the horizon is the engineering AS degree in alignment with UHCL. So, you know, trying to get those lined up. And then secondly, kind of like what you did with the academic program review of the transfer programs and the career technical programs. What you've done as a board is you've selected 2 or 3 programs and done a more in-depth review of those. So what I put on here was to target 3 of the CEWD programs. I'm sorry that Patty's not here because this would be close to her heart. Target like 3 particular programs to get a more in-depth review of, and you don't have to choose those today. But that would be the focus for this upcoming year, whatever those ended up being.
Yeah, I think that's awesome because those of us that have been on the board saw that that was a lot of good information, and I think it led us in the right direction. So anybody want to comment on that? I think Vice Chair Draghi and Regent Tackard would both attest to the, and Regent Stuxa, that to the fact that it was a good thing and we need to continue, right, everybody? Okay, let's move forward.
Okay, strategic goal 5. In this area, this is all about revenue, and you heard Carl's presentation about what happened this year. They've been developing all the elements, all the pieces, procedures, policies, this, that, and whatever else. So, you know, I think from the president's perspective, you want to put this all together into a budget procedure manual, so you have sort of like the handbook or the Bible of how you do budgeting at Alvin Community College, so that it stays, you know, as you have turnover in staff, if Carl has turnover of employees in his area or whatever, they know what they're supposed to do and how it's supposed to work. And new employees coming in know how the budget cycle works. If you're a new teacher or a new staff person, you know how it all works. So I kept this at the level of the president, that the development of the manual, not all the detail that's in it, but development of the manual, and then she'll deploy that off to Carl and others to get all the pieces together.
I think that's excellent. Anybody want to add or make any comments about this one?
I think it's, me personally, long overdue. When I first went to work there, we had to do our own budget, and that rocked along for about 15 years. And then we went into some really lean years, and I never did my budget again. We just got the same thing over and over and over. And so it got to the point I didn't even know how to look it up on my computer anymore. So this is a good thing, I think, for the people to be able to participate in the process.
Good, good. Thank you, Regent Tackard. Anybody else? Okay.
Okay, and the last one, strategic goal 6. This is where I put that, Belle, that part about the diversity and inclusion training. To start with the people. Start with the people who work here. Let's make sure that people are aware and understand more about diversity and inclusion, and with everything that's going on with the Floyd situation and everything else that's happening. Start with the people and awareness and information and breakout sessions for workshops, and that would be important for convocation, I think.
I think I agree with this. I think it's really important. Here I am being nosy, Belle. trying to tell you what to do, Dr. A, but really not. But just from my experience, I think it's really, really important to vet the people that you have do the training for this kind of thing, because I think you can get some people that are just off the wall. So I think that's very important. The other thing that I think needs to be a big part of this is looking at our statistics, our historical statistics, where we have been, where we are. And I think you look at it from two angles. You look at it from an employee a standpoint and from a student standpoint, because I think it's huge that you not just deal with the numbers, but you deal with, yes, we got them here and they counted for us, but then they also counted as a dropout or a whatever it's called when they don't return. And so I think it's the sensitivity, yes, but also the fact of this is what we have helped create, perhaps because we didn't know how to address certain situations, or perhaps we weren't as responsive to situations. You may have been the catalyst to keeping that student in college, in class, had you known a little bit more about how to handle certain situations. I don't know, but I think it goes hand in hand, the numbers and then the other stuff.
I couldn't agree more with you, Chair Sanchez. And to that end, I had asked Pam Sheffman to prepare a report for me showing, this was just about students, it's not about employees, but our trends looking at first time in college students. And I think that means first time at Alvin. I'm not sure. It could mean first time anywhere, but trends over the years, and have her break it down by success measures, some of those KPIs that Jade Bourne was talking about, how many the number of students that completed 15 hours, 30 hours, completed a degree or certificate, and then break that down not only by ethnicity, but then also by, did you go part-time or did you go full-time? When you came here, were you prepared or were you underprepared and had to take developmental ed classes? So I have that report for you. I thought I might be able to share it with you today, but it's really dense and it really deserves more time than what we can spend today. But I think maybe in a future board meeting, we could have Pam Sheffman actually maybe not do the whole report, but maybe focus on that diversity area, the ethnicities, and share that data with you. So it's not so much to swallow at one time, because it's a lot of information. So I just wanted to say I'm there. I'm all over that. And you might recall that 2 years ago in the fall of 2018 that I had given the board a lot of this information, because I can't remember who was at the Board of Trustees Institute with me, but we learned a lot about it at the Board of Trustees Institute. Yeah. You guys gave it to me as a goal to share with you. And yes. So I asked Pam to kind of look at it in a little bit different way and try to make a little more sense of it than what we were able to do back in October of 18. So absolutely, you'll be seeing so much information that you're going to be sorry you asked for it.
The other thing, I think this, it'll be good for us to have that information, but the information that I want the staff and really your ELT team to see is the statistical information on the how many women, how many men, how many blacks, how many Hispanics, how many Asian, whatever. I just think it's important for us to see the college because I think we've done very well considering some of the other colleges around us in having a fairly decent representation of Hispanics, where the school district didn't have that at the various levels, but we had a financial aid director, we had a registrar, we had a dean that were Hispanic, and that was kind of that was not common. So I think we've had a good history of it. We just need to make sure we continue, but never ever do I want us to be the people that are hiring somebody because no. I never want to be hired because I'm a Hispanic. I want to be hired because I'm darn good. And right. That was always my calling card. And that's what I want our attitude to be.
Absolutely. And if I can just say two more things, Chair Sanchez, and that is we have tracked that information. I haven't looked at it in probably 2 years because I was asked to do a presentation at a conference that I'm a member of the board on, and I was proud to be able to share that we had diversified our campus over a period of time, but it was not because we were saying we're going to hire a Hispanic or we're going to hire a Black. It was because we put a decent and fair hiring process in place to try to ensure that we get the best candidate, you know, whatever flavor they are. And I am proud of that because I think overall we have had, you know, we've really put in a really good HR process. The last thing I'm going to say, so Nikki can get on with this, is you mentioned who is going to be doing this training. Well, here I'll tell you my vision for what will happen this next year, and I'm hoping that it does. But after the George Floyd issue occurred and all the preceding incidents, you know, my ELT team and I talked, and I said, do we need to get out there now, and do we need to do, you know, have some kind of panel discussion with our folks? And we said, let's just sit back for now and let's talk about that perhaps for the fall. And so it started out that we were planning to do a panel discussion as a focal point for our convocation. And so we went to our own faculty and staff because we have excellent faculty and staff that can talk about these things. And we chose Alex Marriott to be our facilitator, and he's really stepped up to the plate to be the lead faculty person on the development of our quality enhancement plan. And then we identified some people that we thought would be good panelists, and I reached out to 10 of them, and 9 of the 10 said they were happy to be a panelist. And then Alex spoke with each of them individually and said, you know, tell me about some of the things that you would like to talk about with regard to equity or diversity and inclusion is what we call it, diversity and inclusion. And so from there, he developed a series of questions that will be asked of the panelists. Meanwhile, behind the scenes, Wendy was working on getting us a keynote speaker, and we were thrilled that we were able to get Dr. Luis Panwan from Texas A&M back again. He came and spoke to us last fall, and our faculty and staff said he was the best convocation speaker we've ever had. And so he's got a great plan for a program for us. But then we also have tracks within our convocation that we have built, or strands, I guess you would say. We asked the faculty, what do you want to hear about at convocation? And naturally, because of the pandemic that we're in, there were many requests for technology training. They wanted to learn how to be more collaborative with using Blackboard. How can I be more engaging with my students using this technology? And lots of, how do I learn to use this new Honor Link software that protects from cheating in an online format? So we have a technology strand, we have a strand on the QEP, we have a strand on, oh my gosh, what's this SAC site visit going to look like in the fall that's virtual? And then a strand on diversity and inclusion. And so we've already had we have lots of people that have signed up to participate and lead the convocation talks. And what my real hope is that something grassroots comes out of this, that the faculty and staff will say, we want to continue these discussions. We want to have brown bag discussions. We want to read a book that talks about this. We want to incorporate this into our curriculum. So I'm hoping that something very grassroots will come out of just opening up the topic at convocation. And I'm going to stop talking.
I think that is awesome, because I think probably you've done a great job, I think, of touching your faculty and staff. But I think because of the 2 issues, the Floyd issue and the pandemic, I think it opened the door for you and your ELT to really get down and communicate with those people. And so they're giving you what they really need, what they really want to be able to be the best that they can be and help ACC be the best. So I think, you know, I probably shouldn't say this, but the Lord works in mysterious ways, and I think we're going to get the best thing for our faculty in this convocation, in this training. And I think that's as an educator, so as a teacher first, I think that is awesome. And so now I need to hush up too and see if any of my colleagues have anything they want to say about any of the goals that have been presented, or about this one in particular.
This is Jake. Based on what was just discussed on this particular strategic goal, I could see if you have lunch and learns, brown bags, kind of like you mentioned. Obviously, there's hoops we have to jump through about the rule quorums and things like that, but you might be able to. I know I would be interested in hearing it as well, and that's not to step on toes, but to be an advocate for you and be an advocate for the college as to what we're actually trying to do as well. But then also being able to hear that and just being another set of ears. You know, again, there's hoops and things. You know, we can't have everyone show up, but I don't think everyone could show up either, depending on what time it was. So just put it out there that if part of our goal as a board is to be an advocate for the college, this is an opportunity to be an advocate for students and staff.
Awesome. Thank you, Regent Stark. Yeah, I think that's a great point. So I think he might be interested in attending some of the sessions, Dr. Albrecht. I think that's what I get from that. So maybe you could work on that. And as he says, as long as we don't have a quorum, I think we would be okay. Anything else from anybody else? So, Dr. Harrington, do you want to finish us up?
Yes, okay. So just to summarize where we are with these 6 goals, I'll track back to Regent Shelton's comment about keep it brief, let her do the work. As you could hear from Dr. Albrecht's discussion, she's already got the plan all laid out of what she's doing for convocation and that kind of thing, and essentially keeping the goals for your president brief, I think, is important, and knowing that that's all the work behind the scenes of that particular goal. But I think that the inclusion training and workshops for that convocation week, that's the kickoff for this year, of where you kind of want her leadership on it. So these 6 goals, what we've done in past years, and I just want to ask if you want to do the same kind of thing this year. What we've done is I've taken these topics that we've gone through on these 6 goals, and then framed them into a goal statement. I've asked Dr. Albrecht to provide dates of when these various things occur. Obviously, convocation is happening, in the next few months, but the SACS visit is October, and they're at different times of the year, but asked her to provide dates so that your goals have dates on them. And that way then she can line up the board calendar agenda topics with when the dates of these various things happen, so that they would all be in alignment. But what Chairman Pyburn asked me to do last year was to take this and develop it into the statements and the time frame, and then get it back to you as chair. Chair Sanchez, that you would take that and then it would be acted on this next week. Is it next week that you have your?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
I can get it back to you right away. That's not a problem.
Okay.
And then you would have it for action at the next meeting, because then she needs to deploy this to her executive team and get going on it.
Exactly. Yes, if you would follow that same line of thought, okay. I think that would work.
And I'll get those back to you. So then we just have a couple slides left. If we could move to the next slide. And this tracks back to the next strategic plan development process, which we've talked about, but in summary, these are kind of the stages that you go through when you develop a strategic plan. You have a data collection. This is what I was mentioning a little earlier, quantitative and qualitative data on both internal and external constituents and stakeholders, including your student body, staff, etc. And then you develop your portfolio, which is like your college profile. It will tell you the mix of students by ethnicity and gender and all that, and their success rates, and you'll have a lot of data to work from with that portfolio. But then when I work with a college, what I like to do is to pick out the trends. So of all of the interviews that we have with folks and all the data that's collected, what do you see as trends? And usually we come up with 10 or 15 trends in the data profile. And then also look at planning assumptions. In planning the next 5 years, what are the assumptions that we should base our planning on? a mission and vision review, and that would require board action, or should really have board action. And then goal setting, where you have, 4 to 6 broad goals, no more than 6. It's just too many if you have too many beyond that. And then your institution-wide objectives, and then annual implementation plan. So the board action areas are the mission and vision statements and the goals. Those are the main things for the board to be aware of. And then let me see, I can't see the bottom slide. The bottom of the slide. Implementation plan. The implementation plan then is deployed from Dr. Albrecht through her exec team to all the departments and divisions and faculty and staff.
Okay, that sounds good.
And then the next slide, if we can move to that, I laid out the time frame based on the second option, because I kind of thought you would go with the second option. Most colleges have, so I just use that as the time frame. This can be adjusted, but this addresses the questions earlier about, so exactly when would what happen. So here it shows the laying out of the various pieces and when they would happen.
Okay.
All right.
May I jump in, please?
Yeah, absolutely.
I believe, let's see, something is, okay, so the top of that probably should say 22, 27.
Ah, yes, it would be. It would change it to 22, 27. Thank you. Yes.
And I think something is not quite right with the winter 2021. I think that's supposed to be 2020, because we said we would be going out for the RFP in fall of 2020.
Well, and maybe I should have put dates. For me, winter is like January, February.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
That's what I was.
Yeah. I should have put months in there or something. Yeah, you would need to do your RFP in the fall to hire a firm to do the work for you beginning in January, which I just put winter, but January of 21.
Yeah, we got gardens in by then.
Should you have anything about the RFP in there?
That would be good.
Yeah, I should have put that in there. This is the plan development itself, but yeah, the RFP would be prior to this slide.
Yeah,
I've got it on my list for sure.
20.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
And you would go, you'd have your attorney work on developing the RFP for that, and et cetera.
Right. That looks good to me. I'm glad you caught the dates, Dr. Albrecht. Anybody else have any questions or comments on these?
I have a question that goes back to Jake's comment a couple of slides back. Will all of the sessions, the convocation, and then all of these brown bag lunch sessions that you're talking about, will all of those be online?
Our convocation will be totally virtual. When we surveyed the faculty about their course preferences for modalities for fall, we also asked them about, did they want to do a face-to-face convocation or virtual, and they wanted to do virtual. So this will all be done virtually. I don't know about the brown bags. I mean, I guess the brown bags will probably the same way. I can't, because I don't think people will be gathering at all.
No. Okay, so would it be possible? I know that we can't have a quorum present at any particular meeting, but if we were muted, if we didn't have the option to unmute ourselves so that we could talk, could we at least listen in as a quorum if there was more of us that were interested in doing that? I mean, would that be possible, or is that legal?
I think it's possible. Nikki, can you weigh in on your experience there?
As long as you have the producer control the muting so that you're muted, so you can't converse with each other or anything that you're participating. It's kind of like, you're all invited to come to a foundation event, let's say. And if more than a quorum shows up, you just can't talk about school business or anything like that. So it's a professional development activity, but you could have Rick give you some guidance on exactly how to do it. But yeah, it should work.
He had said that it was a little bit tighter than it used to be, because we used to just, when we were thought that there might be a quorum, show up to a community advisory committee meeting or something like that. We would just post it as though that it could be a possibility for a quorum. And he said in 2019 that that got a little tighter.
Yeah.
So I'll have to check with him. But I'm telling you, I would love to have every one of you here, Dr. Ponwan. We were blown away last year by him. And I think it would probably be eye-opening, because he shared our own data with us, and it was the first time that many people had seen our shortcomings in the area of diversity, inclusion, and equity.
That'd be
Wow.
awesome if we could do that.
Yes, thank you, Vice Chair Draghi, for that. And Dr. Albrecht, what is his ethnicity? I'm trying to figure out that name.
It's Ponjuan. I honestly don't know. Wendy, are you still driving this here? Do you know?
You know it. I'm still here. I
It's
do not.
Luis.
It's Luis Ponwan. He's originally from Louisiana.
Not a
Maybe
Cajun
Not
name,
that that helps.
Filipino, maybe?
perhaps.
Perhaps.
Okay.
I'm not sure.
I'll look him up. I just
best
thought
part
that
of-
was interesting.
The best part is he's an Aggie. So there you go.
Hook 'em, you know. Great, great, great. Okay, Nikki, was this,
And then we have, this is the last slide, the next one. And so board direction, the next thing is to review and refine the goals. I think we just did that, so that we can just sort of check that off. August 13th, that's your meeting date. I couldn't remember when it was.
right.
That you would confirm you can't take action at this session because it's a work session, but they'll be on for adoption at the next week's board meeting then.
Right.
Okay, and then confirm the timeline for development of the plan. I think you did that today. Basically, you said, yeah, that looks good. Let's go with option B. That sounds like the right time frame. So I think we're in a good place. I'll get the goal statements and things back to you as chair of the board, and you'll be ready to roll.
Sounds wonderful. Sounds wonderful. Anybody have any questions or comments for Nikki before we close this part of the meeting?
Just that I could, if I could just say thank you very much for having me with you. I always enjoy all of you, and Alvin has just grown so much in these last 4 years. It's been great, and I enjoy very much working with you and Dr. Albrecht and her team and everyone at the college. They've just been great. So thank you.
Well, thank you. You have led us down this road very, very well. You've guided us, and we really appreciate what you have helped us accomplish. We truly do. And so I think at this point, I guess we can say goodbye to Nikki.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, everybody. We all want to wave. Give a big Texas bye.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right. Bye now.
Yes. And now we are going to proceed to the next item on our agenda. We're a little ahead of time.
Chair
and so,
Sanchez, may I
yes.
interrupt? I'm sorry. I just don't know if we have everybody on here that needs to be on here because we were going to loop in. Of course, ELT was coming back, and then
Okay.
Debbie and Rick Morris. I think I might see Rick Morris.
Why don't we give? You wanna wait 5 minutes and let Wendy make sure we've got everybody on, or Tammy?
That's a good idea. People can get up and stretch their legs for 5 and maybe
So
get back for it.
3:30.
3:30 is in 4 minutes.
Oh,
about
well,
3:35?
Let's go like 3:45.
3:45. Okay. We have the regents that have been present for the other meeting, Regent Starkey, Regent Stuxa, Regent Shelton, Regent Tackert, and Vice Chair Draghi present along with myself. We are now going to be speaking about the budget scenarios and our tax valuation discussion. We're going to, at this time, call on Mr. Carl Stager to discuss the various tax scenarios for this upcoming budget 2020-2021 and present any updated versions of the budget. And this is for information only. We will be acting on it at the August 13th meeting. Mr. Stager.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. Let me get to a PowerPoint here and share that with you. Is it sharing the PowerPoint there? This is budget workshop?
Yes.
Okay. Here we have, what we've done is put up 5 scenarios or 5 options, A, B, see on the left-hand side, A, B, C, D, E. And the budget that we've been looking at over these previous workshops are option B, just for your reference there. We'll start with A. A is using the effective tax rate, is what that is. So that's the only option here that wouldn't require a hearing. All the other options would require a hearing because it would be a legal.
Just show one screen. It shows both screens.
Okay. Okay, hang on a second.
Carl, I'm having trouble hearing you.
Okay. Yeah.
I'm having trouble seeing that. Can we make it bigger?
Yeah, let me see, something's wrong here. Let me just start. Let me take the screen down. I don't know what's wrong here. So this should show the options A, B, C, D, E, with option A being the effective tax rate. There you can see it shows the tax generated by this is $19,937,927, $37,927. And what that is, that generates enough revenue that would be $221,088 less than what our budget that we had prepared in previous workshops. All of these options that you see here are a numerical decrease in the tax rate because valuations went up and because new construction is in the calculation. So that would give a budget total of $35,028,028 using $920 using the effective tax rate. If you used option B, it would be a small, what I would call a small tax rate. It would only generate $221,088 extra above the effective tax rate. It's still a tax decrease numerically, but legally it's considered a tax increase, and therefore it would require a hearing. This is the tax rate. I mean, this is the budget that would have, you remember the changes page, $389,178 that was for that was based on step increase originally. It was for wage adjustments. We've also put in there that also could be for possible loss of revenue in other categories, or if we didn't have loss of revenue in any category, it could be for and/or institutional reserve. So this budget totals up to $35,250,016. Option C and D are just some options that we put out here. You'll notice they have in the column of the increase over no new revenue. One of them is just $350,000 above the effective tax rate, and option B is $700,000 above the effective tax rate. These are also a numerical tax decrease compared to our current tax rate for this year, but they are a legal tax increase, so therefore it would require a hearing. This would generate, option C would give you a budget of $35,378,928. Option D, oops, did not mean to do that, gives you a total of $35,720,928. And then the final option E is just to put in there, what if it was the what used to be called the rollback rate is now the voter approval rate, and that's just to show you how high up that would go. And that number would increase over the no new revenue rate of 1.6 million. It's still technically a numerical tax decrease, but of course it is a legal tax increase that would require a hearing. So this next option A page is what we've done with the revenue page, so you can see. One thing that we've changed since the last board workshop on this is we've raised the CARES funds to the total dollar amount of the CARES Act money, which is $1,138,749, and that is highlighted in yellow. What we did is we counterbalanced that with a decrease in tuition and fees of $6,052,000 down to $6,052,116. This is a 10%. We calculated that on a 10% reduction of actual tuition and fees for this year. It shows as a 15.89% reduction from current year budget to proposed budget. This is, I'm actually on screen option B right now. This is our current budget that we've shown in previous worksheets. And you can see that the M&O taxes would be produced are $20,159,015 at this tax rate. There would be an increase in the tax revenue line of $848,781, a 4.4% increase in just the taxes. In the budget, this is a little bit, barely over a 2% increase in the budget. This is option C, just to show, once again, the CARES Act money is still highlighted. It still shows the same amount of tuition and fees as the previous screen, which is the 15.89% reduction in the budget amount compared to current year budget. And making up that differential with putting the whole CARES Act money, which equals $1,138,749. This would give us, this particular tax rate would give us taxes of $20,287,927, which is a $977,693 increase in the tax revenue line, almost a 5% increase in tax revenue, and it would equate to a 2.45% increase in the budget from current year to the proposed budget. Same thing again, this is option D, with the CARES Act money highlighted. Same tuition and fee revenues as the previous screens. Tax revenue is $20,637,000. That's $1,327,693 more than current year tax revenue. That's a 6.88% in tax revenue. And That leaves, I have a problem, technical difficulties here. Sorry about that. That is a 6.88% increase in M&O taxes and a 3.46% increase in the budget over current year budget. That would be an increase in the budget of $1,195,000. And here's the E option with the max out going right up to the rollback rate, which would give you $2,284,186 more in M&O taxes. That would allow you an increase in the budget of $2,151,583. That's a 6.23% increase in the budget and an 11.83% increase in M&O tax line item. This is showing those same budget totals in a stair step, going from using the current year budget total of a little bit over $34,500,000. The option A is using the effective tax rate. Option B is the budget that we've been proposing, and then option C showing a moderate increase above that. D, another moderate increase above that, and then the maxed out. Just for reference there. This is a chart that shows, this is only looking at numerical tax rate. So this is comparing current year tax rate of 1920 to the 5 different options and showing how much of a decrease, a numerical decrease in the tax rate. So using the effective rate, that is a little over an 8% decrease in the tax rate. A current year budget would be supported by a little bit over a 7% decrease in the numerical tax rate of the tax rate. C and D, you can see, are a little over 6% and a little over 5%. And even the maxed out option is a little bit over a 1% decrease, numerical decrease in the tax rate. And that's due to valuations going up as well as new construction being in the calculation. At our last meeting, we had discussion or questions about the walking track and the costs associated with that and that kind of thing. So this screen shows you the cost for the asphalt version, $203,929, or if you add a little more asphalt on top of that, an extra $23,000. If you want to decompose crushed red granite, it'd be $319,687, and if you wanted it with the landscaping edging along both sides, that'd be another $140,000. Option to pay for that particular option, it would take, if you did option D, it would cover the budget as it's been presented, plus it would cover that most expensive option, just to give you a frame of reference. And you have just a little bit of money left over after that. This is just projects that we've had in the past. They are in red. They were the projects that we could not fund in the current year. The top one in blue is the walking track, and it kind of shows you the range of the cost of the walking track. If you wanted the asphalt version of the walking track, $209,929 is the least expensive version, to the crushed granite with the side edging, which would be $460,405. So what we have here for this calculation of this page is that'd be $1,000,001 in projects altogether. The original projects before the walking trail were $687,000 of unfunded projects that we decided to put on hold until later. This is looking at the tax revenue generated from the various tax rate options. Option A, a little bit under 20 million. Option B, a little over 20 million, as well as C. D is a little over 20,500,000, and C, E, a little over 21 million, or a little bit over 21,500,000. something to consider when thinking about, I guess, kind of the economic times we're in, and do we have an idea of what they will be in the future? This is a district tax valuation history, so this is the tax values for the district over the years. In 2002, 2003, we had a decrease in tax valuations. In 2010 and 2011, we had a decrease. Of course, you know, the recession hit there at the end of 2008. And so I think it's a possibility that you get to 2021, 2022, if this were to drag on long enough, that we might have a retraction of tax valuations for a while, for a year, maybe two. It's hard to say how long this will last before this increase would go back up in valuations, as it seems to be historically the case here. There's history of budget totals. These are from around page 70 to 72 in the budget book. So you can see historically budget increases over the years. And here are the tax rates, a history of them from 2011 to 2019. So you have 9 years of tax rate history to see kind of how the tax rate has gone over these years. And then in comparison at the end there, compared to options A, B, C, D, and E. The 2019 is our current year tax rate right there. And that is all I have as far as the PowerPoint. I do have, let me see, I can share a worksheet with you as well.
Carl, this is Crystal. Do you have the worksheet on the timeline budget or the tax timeline? Or Tammy has it?
Yeah, Tammy can get that up there. I don't have that handy, but if I can get my hands on it.
While Carl's looking for that, I'll just remind board members that the tax laws changed, and it makes it a little easier. We, if the board moves to take anything other than the formerly known as effective tax rate, we only need to have one hearing. And Tammy, can you put up that timeline? Is Tammy there?
She is here.
I just wanted to share with you a tentative timeline that we worked out with Robin Garrett in the event that you wished to.
I'm trying to pull it up, Crystal.
Okay, thanks, Tammy. Carl, I don't know what document you were looking for.
No, I didn't.
Yes, there you go. Awesome.
Yeah.
So I'll just continue while Carl is looking for what he's looking for. You can see that you know by now, because I emailed you all and told you that we did get our tax numbers. There are still taxes that are being contested, and so they're not. We still may see some minor modifications, but okay, Tammy, the one that I sent you had dates on the left-hand column.
This one doesn't, can you see the dates on it?
No.
July 20th, July 25th. Let me see here.
Yes, but it should have dates all the way on down through. So I think maybe we didn't get you the right one, because this is not the right one.
All right.
Let me look back. Let me look back and see what I got. I apologize.
That's okay. You want to send it on, that's fine.
So while they're trying to get those together, so what we as the Board of Regents need to remember is that acting in a timely fashion on next Thursday, the 13th, will be very important because there will be, however we decide, there will be some steps that have to be put into place so that we will be in compliance with what's expected. So
the tax law has also changed in that it used to be, you may recall, it was very particular and there was so many waiting days between postings and hearings and so on. Now it's been relaxed. There's only one hearing required, and that hearing may actually take place on the same day that the board votes to approve the tax rate. But the first step is going to be that you have to propose some tax rate at this next board meeting, and then if it is above the formerly known as effective tax rate, then it would require a board hearing. Tammy, I sent that along to you.
Okay, I'm just pulling it up.
No.
There you go.
Dr. Albright, you're muted.
Thank you. So if the board chose to do a tax rate increase, that would be noticed on August 6th, this Thursday, when we set our board notice out. And then August 13th would be the date that you would take a record vote to set the tax rate. You're not actually setting the tax rate, but you're stating in public what you want the tax rate to be, and that there would be a tax hearing. And I'm proposing that, if you slide it down a little bit more, Tammy, I'm proposing that that tax hearing would actually be at our next board meeting in September. That allows time for Robin Garrett, tax assessor collector, to post the tax information in the Alvin Sun on September 6th. We give notice of our meeting, as we always would, ahead of time, September 11th, and then the board would hold a public hearing before our meeting at 5:30, and then we would be able to go into our meeting and vote on the tax rate on September 17th. I just wanted y'all to see that timeline, and we worked it out with Robin Garrett, and so it's got her seal of approval in terms of being doable.
So prior to next week's meeting, we need to wrap our heads around what we think we should go with. Just looking at what Carl presented, it was pretty fast. Lots of information, but do I have any thoughts on what you saw?
This is Roger. If
Yes,
I
sir.
had a vote, I'd vote for E.
Ow.
E, did I hear you right? E like elephant?
Correct.
Well, I know that is the that was the rationale that the board has taken the last couple of tax setting seasons, because we know the last legislative session that we were threatened to have to cut back to a 2% rollback rate, and we escaped that and remained at the 8% rollback rate. And I think the board, out of self-defense, said we better go as high as we can to shore ourselves up for any coming cuts down the road.
And anybody else have thoughts?
I have a few things I think we need to really though consider. I like B, the one that Carl said, y'all sort of suggesting, but Dr. Albert, do we have any preliminary numbers on students? Because I have concerns that, you know, if our head, is this the second year of a base year?
This is the beginning of a base year.
Ooh, and so our numbers, yeah, are going to be decided on that. And if we don't have a good head count, that's really going to probably cut into what Carl's saying we're going to get in tuition and fees, and also from the state with the contact hour funding. And my other concern is even with the taxpayers. How many businesses have gone down the tubes? How many people may not be paying their taxes this come in January? We may be affected by that. We don't know, and those are just some concerns I have. I want to give the employees a raise, but I'm not sure where to go with. You know, we're treading on some uncharted territory and trying to guarantee, say, a increase, yet we don't have any guarantees we're going to get the money we need. So,
all valid points, Regent Tackert, and to your point about this being a base year, we are talking at the state level with our state organization that we're going to petition. A possibility is that we will petition to use a different base year, to go back and use a previous base year, or at least try to do a hold harmless to a certain level for those of us that may have experienced an enrollment decline. Right now, our numbers are way down because we have yet to put in any of our dual enrollment. I was told that we would be able to get started with that today, at least for Pearland and Danbury, but Dr. Griffith, I don't know if you're on. I believe you are. I don't know if you've heard that, if we've started to put those numbers in.
While Pearland ISD may be going in first, it's looking like that Alvin ISD won't be available to us until the end of the week.
Okay. So that, I mean, as you know, for better or for worse, about 40% of our head count is dual enrollment. And so I get scared when I see the numbers too. We were concerned too about Texas Department of Criminal Justice. They were saying we could not enroll any new students, but then when we pushed back, we've heard from 2 units that say, okay, you can, we will let you come in and register students who have not yet been in the system. So that was some good news. But I definitely hear you there, because there is, you know, there's a lot of uncertainty.
Can
Dr. Griffin, excuse me, Dr. Griffin, so that the Alvin folks, is there, what is, have they just not registered those students? I mean, you know what I'm saying? What is
correct. They have not pushed all of their students into their computer for scheduling, and it's a 2-step process. We have to wait on that before we're actually able to register our students. So that's where the delay is that we've been waiting on Pearland to come to grips with their schedule. And like I said, they're coming earlier, but then Alvin has been a delay for us. And like I said, I'm very hopeful that we are allowed to do that close to the end of this week.
What about Danbury?
Danbury should, that one should be in. I can recheck with Aquila on it, but that's a much smaller number of students at Danbury, but they have not been on such a delay as our large districts. Of course, they're dealing with that smaller number.
Right.
Y'all think we can have those numbers by the 13th board meeting? It may help us, you know, with the decision.
Well, we'll have some numbers. I don't know how complete we will be by then. And as Regent Shelton had asked several good questions last week, and I responded to all of you with them. He had a question about, well, how many more people are in our pipeline? And so we got some good information from that. We found out that we have, for instance, over 300 students that have qualified for Pell, but they have not yet registered. And so we did a call campaign to those students to say, hey, you know, you have money here. Are you going to register? And then we found another, I want to say 1,700 students that had applied through the Apply Texas application to come to ACC, but yet had not registered. And so we have another email, text, and call campaign going on to reach out to those students to say, we saw that you've applied to us, you know, what are your plans and can we help you get registered? So, you know, we're going to be working right up to the end. And we also extended our a date that we will let students register a couple of days just to try to capture more of them. So we'll have some numbers. How close they are to finals, we'll have to try to estimate that as well.
Question, regarding strictly the dual enrollment students from the ISDs, do we have any reason to think that we won't get, and I'm going to use that most beautiful word in our vocabulary, the word theoretical. Do we have any reason to think that we won't theoretically be getting most of those?
I'm going to answer it from my perspective, and then I'll ask Dr. Griffith to weigh in. I feel very good about Danbury and Pearland. We are still talking with AISD. As a matter of fact, I'm to talk with the superintendent tomorrow at 1:30. I really would like her to talk with our whole team, because we have been most successful with Pearland and Danbury when we had the whole team, when the superintendent was at the table with us in discussion, and that has not happened as much with AISD. So I would say that we have not totally resolved, and Dr. Griffith can weigh in, we have not totally resolved that they are accepting of the plan to have remote instruction. Now, because they have some of their faculty, the ISD faculty that teach our students, dual credit, they're certified, they meet our SACS requirements, but we send over many faculty members to teach other classes, and they are at the last I know, they had reverted back again to say that they didn't want to do remote instruction, and they wanted to have us send our faculty. And Cindy, can you shed any more light on that?
First, Akila Martin, who is over our dual enrollment program, she has projected the minimum of 2,500 students that would be registered dual enrollment, and then a maximum of 2,800. So that's what we're working within. If we are not considering Alvin ISD and the current rub of how the instruction will be delivered. I believe that it will be resolved. I really do, because we've got such a great number of students there. As far as what we've observed this summer, our dual enrollment numbers increased. So there's not a concern with the students, obviously, in the remote instruction. There is a concern that they've got classes at AISD that may not have a monitor within them. That's something that Pearland ISD has worked very closely with us on that, and we actually heard their final plan on that today. So each time we've had meetings, Danbury, the superintendent was present, Pearland ISD superintendent was present at the last one. And so I agree with Dr. Albrecht that it would really be helpful for the superintendent to be involved in the conversations where everyone can hear the information directly, instead of hearing it through maybe 2 or 3 different levels of people who are providing information, but maybe it's not the actual interpretation that we would hope for.
So just a couple more questions, because this seems to be pretty important to us. The percentage of our total dual enrollment students that come from Alvin is what? Just a percentage. Is it 15%, 30%, 100%? I mean, what number is it?
Great question, and I can get that for you within a matter of minutes. The number that we have in Danbury is very small. I would say the greater percentage is Alvin ISD, but again, I will get the exact percentage number for you here in just a few moments.
Well, just whatever it is, because it does seem like it probably is a great number, great and greater, but it seems like a substantial number. So we've got to resolve that. If that requires getting the superintendent in the room or whatever it's going to take. I mean, it's this may be one of those deals where we have to make whatever concession necessary in order to close that deal to get this done. And I'm not sure what the deal breaker is necessarily. I don't know if it seems it must be hung up on this remote, versus in person. Is that what we're dealing with? Is that the crux of the problem?
You want me to take that, Cindy? That's my perception is, and here's the problem. we have decided we're going remote, just like all of the other area community colleges around us. All the other area community colleges are working with their ISDs in the same way and have resolved this. We send so many students to AIS, or so many faculty to AISD, that they have to hire fewer faculty. So now when we're in a situation where they're bringing students back in a face-to-face format to the high school, and we are offering to do the instruction through live streaming to the students, they don't have anybody to put in the classroom because they don't have a person, a monitor, a teacher, anybody is what they're saying, to watch those children. They can't leave a group of 16, 17, 18-year-old kids in a classroom by themselves. And so we've been subsidizing them all this while. And now when we're saying, we will do this for you remotely, they're saying, but wait, we don't have a physical presence of people to monitor the students. And when, Keil Martin has done a fabulous job with this and has, every suggestion that she has come up with, and we mull it over, and initially it seems like the ISD is going to agree, but then when they go back and talk to the superintendent, our plan is rejected, and that's happened several times to us. But it does, to me, in my way of thinking, it's around the fact that they find themselves in the situation where they don't have enough personnel, they're saying, to be able to monitor the students. And you have to understand, they're in a hard place too, because there's going to be a lot of angry parents if dual enrollment has to be cut back or streamlined in any way at the ISD. So yes, we want to solve it, but they ought to be wanting to solve it just as hard.
Well, obviously I'm not, I'd like to assume that they are, unless there's evidence that they're not. I'd like to assume that they do want to resolve it, because I think your point is correct. I mean, these parents want these kids in these dual enrollment classes, so it is incumbent on both institutions to find a middle ground. If I understood the last part of it, it sounds like maybe we were sending staff or subsidizing their staff, and now in the absence of our subsidy, they don't have enough staff to operate with the style of learning that they would prefer. So I'm not sure what the right answer is, but whatever, to me this is the cost for us is so significant. We've got to work it out. We've got to do whatever we have to do in order to make that work, because for us, the numbers are coming, especially if it's a base year kind of calculation that y'all were talking about a minute ago. So anyway.
I don't know how you get the superintendent to the table. I mean, that's in essence what we need.
I'm going to try to, like I said, I'm going to talk with her tomorrow. But what I really want to say to her is, I'm not the person you need to be talking to. You need to be talking to people who know something at the level that you need to know something to solve this situation. And that's the people with boots on the ground. That's the Akila Martins and the deans and Dr. Griffith. I'll try to get her to the table again. I've invited her personally, and that just, for whatever reason, she's a busy person. So she, I'm sure she had her reasons.
What if you show up at her door with those people in tow with your mask on?
Bam, 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 bam. Let us in.
They are operating there. So, okay. So, where do we go from here, folks? What are your thoughts? Vice Chair Draghi, Regent Starkey, any thoughts?
I think we need to do at least an option to make sure that the raises are in there. We cannot not give the raises to our staff. We just can't do that. And Darren, you said the other day in one of the meetings that you didn't know of any businesses that were giving raises. I will truly challenge that at any point, just because I know the service industry, anybody who was essential got raises because they were frontline, and it was hazard pay at the beginning, but now it stayed. I know HEB gave all of their employees a minimum of $2 an hour. Most restaurants and bars and things like that all increased their wages. We did, just to make sure that our employees knew that they were appreciated and to keep them. So I think people would understand if we said that we needed to, that we wanted to make sure that our employees were taken care of.
May I add something, Regent Dregge?
Yes, ma'am.
Tammy, you have a document, recommendation 3, that's coming out of the Evergreen report. At the meeting next week, we will be presenting the recommendations from the Evergreen report, which you have already seen. And Tammy's going to load this up so you could see what those raises are. And remember, the first 4 times that we saw the budget, or that y'all saw the budget, it included money in there for steps, step increases for about 75% of the employees. And then when we just are now in the process of hopefully transitioning to the new compensation plan, that seems like that sort of went out the window. And then the board maybe was unwilling to even entertain spending the amount of money that had previously been allocated to steps. So anyway, I just wanted to show you this, that option 1 of this recommendation 3 is to move us to the new compensation plan, and it will cost almost $40,000, $39,000, and that's to bring those handful of employees. And you saw the employees that were underpaid and that were not even operating at the minimum of their pay grade, to bring them up. The board can stop there and just say, that's all we're comfortable with doing, but it would at least get us onto the compensation plan. And then the next part of that recommendation, option 2, is that the board could consider and approve some percentage increase. And so we put these percentages back in here. This is not to obligate the board to anything. This is just to say this is what a 1% increase would entail, up to 2.5%, and over a 3-year period. I want to point out too that if whatever the board decides to do through the budgeting process, it's not tying itself to any of these numbers in the table. The board can simply decide, you could decide not to do anything and we stay with our step plan that we're at. We could move to the salary table, which I think I would recommend us doing this, going to the new compensation plan at least at the minimum level. And then beyond that, it's up to y'all. I mean, it's always up to y'all anyway. But I just wanted you to see this information because some of these numbers in here are certainly doable, even with option B that we have been talking about, the one that Regent Tackert indicated that he would support.
And I think along with that, Dr. Albrecht, Karen, correct me if I'm wrong, but when we looked at these options, I can't remember if it was the 2% that when you looked at what we had in the budget, what we had budgeted for, that we would be okay with that, doing the compensation plan, jumping to the compensation plan and doing the 2%, we would be okay because of cost savings that we had incurred from not hiring people and that kind of thing, right? Is that not right?
That is absolutely correct. With the budgeted amount that had already been placed in the proposed budget that we discussed on June 15th, that was around $289,000. In addition to all the vacancies that we've had, as well as retirements and replacements, with those large salaries of those folks who are retiring, we move them back within the range and only budget on the existing scale up to step 6. So we have budget savings and salary savings from those folks who are retiring, as well as those positions that we have not yet filled. So with those savings, it did allow for a budgeted amount to be around $389,000, maybe even slightly over that, which would allow us to consider the 2% or any other percentage from 2% below. With that, those numbers were already in the budget, at least the budgeted amount that had been proposed for the step increases. With that step increase amount that we talked about in June, if you recall, one of the concerns that Regent Marvel brought up, and I believe also Regent Dregge, was for those 70 plus folks who were maxed out. And I explained at that juncture that those employees, if we were to continue on the step salary structures that we're on right now, they would not be eligible to receive any increase. However, if we consider the proposed recommendations from Evergreen, then those proposals, as we're seeing today, will be inclusive of every employee that we have on our staff, both faculty and staff. So even those who had maxed out would now be eligible to receive the recommended percentage that you, the board, would consider and possibly approve.
I think that's the way we need to go. That's just my opinion, but I mean, we paid for this study and it was very well needed. And if we're not going to utilize what their recommendations are, then I feel that we just wasted $50,000. And we also have to take into account, had COVID not happened, where these numbers would have been a moot point. We would have, I feel, we probably all would have said, absolutely, let's just go with it. But I mean, if the money is already in the budget for that 2%, and that includes all employees, we'd be crazy not to do that. I mean, it's already in the budget.
Yeah, those are my thoughts as well. And, you know, we all have to come to terms with what we can live with. But the point is, we have to come together. We have to be of like mind such that we can act on this on the 13th. No ands, ifs, or buts. And, you know, I am just really hoping that we can get this settled with the dual enrollment kiddos, because I think that's a huge part of it all. But I agree with Vice Chair Draghi that we know we have been living as we were living with many antiquated systems for so long. We've been living with an antiquated system. We decided we were going to step forward and get this compensation study done. We spent the money. It does not behoove us not to listen to what they've told us and take a step forward. Feeling a little shaky about it, but stepping forward and doing the moving to the compensation plan, doing the 2%, and then just moving on. That is my position. I would entertain anybody else's thoughts at this time.
Well, go ahead, Jody.
Oh, I was just going to ask Carl. Carl, with the discussion that we're just having now and saying that we more than likely will get all of the enrolled, the dual enrollment students, and if we went with the option 2 to bring everyone current and give everyone the raise, what option that you presented would be the one that would cover all of that?
That would be the budget that we have been presenting so far that could possibly cover that, the one that we've shown in the previous board meetings and board workshops.
So is that the B on the ones that
yes, it's the B.
Okay. And I think that's the one Roger said, no, Andy said he could live with.
Yes, I'll just add, Regent Chair Sanchez, that, and I know as board members, you have to think about many things as you're considering setting tax rates. You're thinking about the taxpayers. You're thinking about perceptions of the college, but I would also ask you to think about really the well-being of the college moving forward. And I mean, I know that you all got onto this board because you love ACC and you want to see us be successful, and you're a constant balancing act of that against, you know, not angering taxpayers and the like. But I would just say that our future is, you know, it's uncertain at this time, right? And we're looking at perhaps I'm not telling you anything you already don't know. That just as was mentioned, we don't know if we're going to have 100% of our tax collection. We don't know how many businesses will not be here next year, but that in a certain way is even more reason for the board to be aggressive in its stance moving forward.
Mm-hmm. Definitely.
I
Shelton, you were going to
yes,
share.
So just to be clear, I am completely for the leveling up process. Agreed, that's overdue, it's antiquated, it makes business sense. There's really, every reason to do that, and I can't think of any good reason not to. So I'm for that. I am not at all opposed to a raise. The question is at what amount, and I've been consistent in that regard as well. I stand by the statement that very few companies are giving raises right now. I'm sure some are, but I think many, for all the obvious reasons, are not. We want our staff to feel appreciated because obviously we do appreciate them. But the collective reality is that we've got to make a lot of tough decisions. We don't know how much tax revenue is going to come in. We don't know with certainty right now what our enrollment's going to look like. So we don't know what we're going to be getting in tuition and contact hours. By extension, in fairness, given the fact that we're moving a lot of stuff online, we don't know what we're going to look like in terms of expenses. What's our electrical bill going to look like if we're not using buildings to the capacity that we've historically used them? We've just got a lot of numbers that are very fluid right this second. And so all that said, I'm for a tax rate increase, but again, it's a question of at what amount. We've still got to figure that out. And at the end of the day, the prevailing thing that we have to do is we have to preserve the institution's stability. So to me, we're faced with the problem of a deadline and fluid numbers that are not going to be easy to make solid decisions on. So that's why I have said, we can always give another better raise later if we need to. The fact that if we do what we do now versus what we do later doesn't negate the value of the Evergreen study that we've paid for. We're still going to utilize those findings, but everything's going to be different in a few months. So we're just in a tough spot now because of like I say, the fluidity of the numbers that we've got. So my prevailing caution is caution. It's let's move very slowly. Let's move very carefully. Let's do all that we can while ensuring that we don't overdo it. And because if we overdo it, what we give up now, we can't get back later. So.
Well, and I think, well, anybody else? I'm going to hush for a minute. Regent Kurt or Regent Stuxa?
This is Jake.
Okay.
I think one of the things that's sticking out to me is, and again, to preface it, this is not that Carl misspoke, but the way he phrased it is, I think B will get us through. My concern is that we're going to go through all this and it's going to be tough no matter what. And what I don't want to do is come back in 6 months and go, well, we were wrong and now we got to come back for more. Or, there needs to be an adjustment going forward. And so I guess my thought is I just don't want to shoot ourselves in the foot. I know we don't want to raise taxes. We don't want to affect people's bottom dollar. We want to be able to do raises for people. And I don't want to shoot ourselves in the foot and trying to get this budget across. I want to make sure that if we get it, whatever we pass to where ACC can function as it should, to the best of its ability, kind of moving forward, not just hopefully we can get by. And again, nothing against Carl. I don't mean that as a slight. Just let's not cut off our nose to spite our face.
Thank you. Go ahead, Regent Stuxa.
I sort of agree. I think we need to go, in my opinion, I like a buffer. If we go with E, my question is, on an average evaluation, how much are we talking about per homeowner on their taxes? $3, $4? The college taxes are a pittance compared to what we pay for the high school, the school district. And I don't have a problem paying a little more to the college just to feel comfortable that we have that little buffer zone that we need. You know, you got to think, okay, they say we're supposed to have a bad hurricane season this year. Right? That's the least thing we need at the college, but what, you know, just little disasters and things that come up. We need that buffer to take care of situations and have that little edge we need to be comfortable. I still would go with E myself. I would like to know on an average what that would dollar-wise on an average home in Alvin would cost.
Carl, can you get that information for us?
Yeah, I can.
Anyone else? I was going to call you Reverend Tackard, Regent Tackard.
I like that one.
I'm thinking you must be praying for us, Andy. Do you have anything else to add?
All I want to, I think during the last workshop, or maybe even board meeting, I thought all 9 of us were all on board with Evergreen for sure. I thought that was pretty much unanimous already, that we all felt that way. And then it was just about the percent of, you know, the raise, because I even at one time said something about 3%. That didn't even show up there, but I'm the more I think about this, the more I wrestle with it, you know, because of the comments I made right off at the very beginning. So I can live with let's see what the numbers are, and then we'll go from there, I think, on the 13th.
I have one more question regarding the options that Carl, you put out there on the related to the tax rate increase side. Was any of those options ones that we would require voter approval? I know we have to have hearings, but none of those were voter approval numbers, correct?
And just for your information, Darren, when we've done these hearings in the past, generally they last 2 minutes. Generally, we don't have anybody show up for them. So, I mean, it's not, people don't notice us until they get their tax statement. Then even though it's not huge, you know how some people
Sure.
like to diss us, but.
So none of those would require voter approval. We could go with what Roger's talking about, the E, and get the maximum rate increase and still not necessitate voter approval per se.
That's
right.
correct.
And if you look at it, I mean, I think one thing that I think it was Dr. Albrecht and maybe Carl alluded to earlier, when you're looking at the state and never knowing what they're going to do, you know, you sometimes say, okay, let's gamble and go with an E, because down the road, who knows what they'll do to us,
Sure.
you know?
Right. Well,
And that, I mean, that's where, I mean, we're playing, and I'm not a gambler. I know nothing about the crap table or the whatever table. I know nothing, but I do know that that's kind of the way I feel like. I feel like it's my money and we're laying it out there. But I think we just have to be very thoughtful about this and think about, I don't remember exactly Dr. Albrecht's words, but we have to think of our institutions' well-being beyond this year. Because when you think of the legislative session and what they can decide to do to us, and then we're up the creek.
Sure. Well, I'm for us getting the max increase that we can. And I mean, I'm a taxpayer. I like to consider myself a fiscal conservative in that regard. So I normally don't, you know, get too excited if my tax rate's going up, but I don't think the amounts that we're talking about is going to move the needle too much for most people. But I would add that I think we need to be thinking about how we can do more things that give back to the community as well. How can we as an institution add value back? If someone corners me 6 months from now and says, hey, you guys bumped my tax rate, I'd like to be able to say, yeah, but we did, and then articulate some things that we've done to give back to the community to show value for that additional. I mean, I don't want this to sound wrong. A lot of people get aggravated with the ISD because they say, well, you bumped my tax rate, and I see it in the form of this big fancy football stadium. Well, obviously, we're not going to do that. I'd like to say, yeah, we bumped your tax rate, but look what we gave you and it be something that they can really utilize. That's, to that point, that's, you know, something for me, like with the walking trail, since so many of our constituents use that. It's not just a safety issue for us. It's the fact that, hey, we can fix this thing and it'll be nicer, and maybe more people will use it. More people will see the value of our institution as nothing more than a great place to come walk. I'll take a win however I can get it.
Exactly.
Chair Sanchez, might add something?
Yes, President Albrecht.
This Crystal Albrecht. I wanted to go back to something that Regent Jake said, and it was that I think it was to the effect of, we don't want to cut ourselves too close by taking, for instance, the B option, especially if you did want to give any raises, because he said you don't want to have to come back and ask for more later. Well, there will be no more coming back to ask for more later. This is it. And any dollar that we don't take up to E is money that we have left on the table. It's money that we have earned the right to, because our property values have increased. We're so fortunate. And you know, we've had a lot of growth. And so, I mean, I fought really hard last legislative session to keep us from having to go to the 2% rollback rate. And if we adopt the B option, Carl, I think we're less than 2%. I think our tax increase is even less than 2%. So what did I do last legislative session to try to keep us at the 8%? I mean, I guess I feel like maybe I wasted my time.
Carl, could you put that first page back up? The first one that had all of the options listed and the amount and the decreases in the tax rate.
Can you make it a little bigger, Carl? There we go.
Jody, did you, Vice Chair Draghi, did you want to point something out, or did you have a?
I just wanted to be able to see all of it side by side rather than each option on a separate page, just so that everybody could see the numbers comparable to each other.
Can we get this? Can we get this sent to us so we can look over this? I mean, I know there's several things that have been shared today that would be of interest.
Absolutely. We can email those out to you as soon as this meeting is over. This document, the planning document, I think that's, and I could send you that one evergreen recommendation too. You'll see the whole report at the board meeting too.
I think that would be valuable, and I think as I think Andy had said it before, you know, we need to study this, and we need to be prepared, and we need to be ready to act on this on the 13th. I am really leaning along the lines of what Regent Stuxa said, and I think with his experience on the city council, I think he has a little experience in this arena. And so I rather like the option E, as he said, and I am for the compensation plan. And right now I'm leaning for the 2%, but you all have your own minds to make up. I think we all go through and study this, and remember, we are here to help this institution continue to do the great job that it's done thus far. Do we have any other comments on this? If not, Dr. Albrecht or Carl, did either of you have anything more to share?
Carl, you
Yeah.
have anything? Oh, I think Dr. Griffith also had something to share.
Okay. Okay. Oh,
Yeah.
yes, he did. Go ahead.
I'll show you one other worksheet. It's the same worksheet as what you're seeing here. And I've added a little information to the right-hand side of it, just for, that'll help y'all probably consider.
Right.
Let's see if I can see that here. Let me know if you can see kind of the yellow
Yes.
cross.
Yes.
Okay. So basically the yellow row going across left to right, that is the budget that has been presented for all the previous meetings. The yellow column, you see it's just basically showing the increase of each line item over the effective tax rate, or the no new tax rate. The columns to the right of that are what you may not have seen before, and they basically show kind of, basically I was doing it in comparison to the most expensive option of the walking trail, the $460,000 option. And basically you can see that right here, highlighted in slightly different color, this green box, that with option E, if you did the option of the walking trail with the decomposed granite, you would still have $975,000 left over of cushion. If you, and this is just comparison to projects, if you then did the projects of $687,000, if that was a choice that you wanted, you could use it for other things as well, you know, just as a cushion for operations. But in this particular case, it's just showing the other projects. And you did those projects at $687,000, you'd still have $288,000. That just kind of shows you how much money is available if those other line items hold up as far as tuition and fees. And I think the line item will hold up for state money based on the letter that the governor sent. However, I have also seen the state of Texas cut their state appropriation in the summer months before, so that is a possibility. And the summer months would be, you know, the 9th, 10th, 11th, 12th of months of the fiscal year. So anyway, I'll send this one to y'all as well.
Thank you, Carl.
And Cindy, I think you had some dual enrollment information to share.
I do. Regent Shelton and other regents, this is regarding the percentage of our total dual enrollment student population. At AISD, it's approximately 45 to 48%. At Pearland ISD, 49%, and Danbury ISD is less than 2%. And as a further update on registration, Turner High School, they started registration there today. They'll have approximately 644 students that they're registering. Danbury ISD students should be registered today, and that's approximately 50 of those. They're also currently working on Pearland High School as well as Dawson High School, and each one of those are projected to have 300 students each. So that should be a total of 1,294 that will be registered very soon. And if you take that out of the minimum projection of 2,500, then that would mean about 1,206 AISD students would be outstanding. And again, that's at a minimum. So I'm hopeful that that helps, and happy to answer any other questions.
Thank you, Dr. Griffith.
You're welcome.
Thank you so much. We appreciate that.
Certainly.
Is there anything else that anybody else needs from everybody here?
But going back to the budget, the walking trail and those other projects aren't a done deal. I mean, even if we approve E, those aren't done. I mean, they're not decided upon yet.
No, I think he's just saying if we wanted to consider, based on what Regent Shelton had said, you know, the giving back to the community, that he just wanted to show us where we would be. So I think that that pretty much wraps this up. Any closing remarks, Dr. A?
Thank you for chairing this very long meeting, and thank you all for staying with us here. I know it's a lot to ask for a group of volunteers, but I really do appreciate it very much. And you do have some pondering to do. I am concerned that we had 3 regents that didn't hear this rich discussion today. Yes, and I'm going to reach out to the 3 of them and offer up Karen, Carl, myself, Debbie, anyone to try to, if they want anyway, to catch them up. What I hate is to have them come in cold next Thursday when many of you have already heard this and kind of have formulated some thoughts in your mind, and then have them, be caught off guard. So I'll reach out and try to get something scheduled.
One of them's here right now, so we'll set something up.
Oh, yeah. Cam, how long have you been there?
About 4 minutes.
Okay.
Well, Carl is going to send out a lot of information, Cam. I know sometimes you have coffee at 18:20, so maybe if you have coffee when Darren or Jake are there, maybe they can bring you up to a snuff on this. But if not, you can also reach out, of course, as Dr. Albrecht said. And if you talk to the other regents, Regent Crum and Regent Hertenberger, I will text each of them and ask them to check in with Dr. A. And so I do not need a motion, but for Tammy's sake, I'm going to say that Regent Andy Tackard made a motion to adjourn, and Regent Stuxa seconded, and I know all of you are going to give me a thumbs up, right? So we are out of here. It is 4:59. So a minute before 5, we're out of here. Take care. Go have a good meal. Go walk a little bit, because if you're like me, I'm kind of frozen in a place. Are you still praying for us, Andy? Goodbye. We are adjourned.